I'm sure they are all downstairs. I hear they are grabbing refreshment. So apologies that we're starting behind schedule. Really apologies. Now, part of the apologies is to also appeal to all the speakers who will be speaking to us today to kindly keep their remarks to the time that will be whispered to them when they come up to speak. Now, the good news messages, we have quite a number of dignitaries who will be speaking in that segment of this opening ceremony. I'm appealing ahead of time to all who will be speaking in that segment to please keep their remarks to a maximum of 3 minutes. It seems like a short time, but I'm certain that you can also make quite a bit of impression in that length of time. Please bear with us. As I said, there are a number of you who will be speaking in that segment of this event. So I want to say a big thank you to all of our leaders for joining us and joining us in good time. I want to extend our NAEE, IAEE welcome to you this morning. We're joined by the likes of the Managing Director and CEO of the Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, Alhaji Bamanga Usman. Jada, very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us, of course. We're also joined by the Authority Chief Executive of NMDP RA, represented by Dr. Olashukwu Baji, Acting ED. ERSP. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Yes, Pastor Ishmael Ahmed is also here as Executive Chairman and CEO of the Presidential Initiative on CNG and EV. It's good to see you, Master. Good morning. Thank you. So, we welcome President, the Emeritus Professor Umile is here, of course. Professor Omorigbe is also here with us this morning. We welcome all of our past presidents who have made the time to join us this morning. And to our honorees for the Fellowship Award for 2025, congratulations to 5 of you. And I mean, I've not seen Mr. Aminu this morning as of yet. Engineer Fisayo, Delano, Mrs. Falasha, DOJ, Dr. Durham Fawikwe, I've been seeing as well. Mr. Chibu Ubo is here, I've seen him. So congratulations to all of the fellowship awardees for 2025. And as I said, a warm welcome to you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, again, our most sincere apologies for the delay in starting, but my joy is that we have the delegates here already. And as we continue with this opening ceremony, they will be coming to join us. I want to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors. A big thank you to all of our sponsors. I've also seen Professor Akin YME, FNAE here. Very good morning to you, past president. Very good morning, very good morning. Professor Jola is also here, past president, FNAE. I've mentioned Professor Emeritus Wumile Daria, and of course, Professor Inkomorigbe. These are all our past president. Warm welcome to all of you for joining us this morning. Of course, our own current president, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. Very good morning to you as well. Our chairman, the chairman of this conference, the man who I believe strongly that if he had been left on the saddle, we probably would have conquered the hydra-headed monster of epileptic power supply. The chairman of Geometric, Professor Bath Naji, good morning to you. He's our chairman of conference. There's a round of applause for him. Lovely to see you as always. Lovely to see you. I hear in about these days, they don't know how generator works anymore. Thanks to you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We also have the CEO of Noxi Limited, Mrs. Adewale Ngozi here. Good morning to you, It's lovely to see you as always. Lovely. So welcome to all of you. Now, there's a gentleman here who has a pressing need that would need to leave in another 2-3 minutes. I will do something I normally don't do. I will flip my protocol completely upside down, and I beg you to indulge me. He needs to be somewhere else. We've started a little late. Indulge us. Let's give him his 3 minutes to speak to us, and then I will come back into the swing of my actual agenda. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. There's no vote in this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for indulging me. Thank you immensely. He's, of course, Executive Chairman and the Chief Executive Officer of the Presidential Initiative on CNG and Electric Vehicles. Please welcome Barrister Ishmael Ned. Let him talk to us briefly before I get into this. I get into the agenda of the meeting.
It's good to see you again. Good morning, everyone. MC, I didn't say I was leaving, no. Next to 3 minutes, I was hoping you were going to call someone else. I don't know. Good morning, everyone. Oh my God, I don't know what to do. Okay, permit me to stand on existing protocol. After I finish my 1 minute speech, I'll go and sit down. I think this is for me who's in this space in less than 1 year. I don't think I should be speaking first for any reason. I should learn from the masters who are here today. But it's an honor for me to be here with thought leaders and industry shapers. Individuals whose depth of experience continues to advance our collective understanding of the energy ecosystem. I convey warm goodwill from the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas and Electric Vehicle for this 19th NAEE and IAEE Annual Conference. We gather at a pivotal moment for the Africa's transport sector, where rising energy demand driven by urbanization, population growth, and expanding economic activity across the continent is leading to deeper regional integration. And most recently, the geopolitical tensions in the global energy markets continue to disrupt fuel availability and pricing. Across this continent, this challenge is shared. Many of our economies remain heavily dependent on petroleum-based fuels, leaving us exposed to external shocks and price volatility. Yet, the continent also holds significant natural gas reserves, collectively offering a strong foundation for a cleaner and more stable transition fuel as we decarbonize transport. Within this broader African context, Nigeria's position is particularly important. Our continued reliance on petroleum fuels carries real economic implications, and fuel import costs to foreign exchange pressures, making the case for resilience both urgent and practical. Beyond managing volatility, there's also a structural reality. Our transport system remains heavily carbon intensive, and for many households, transport already represents a significant share of daily expenditure, often ranging between 30 to 45% of income depending on location and mobility needs. Decarbonization driven by environmental and public health priorities must therefore go hand in hand with building transport systems that are sustainable, resilient, efficient, and provide more affordable options. Decarbonization and economic growth are not competing priorities. If approached correctly, they reinforce each other. So the task before us is clear. How do we decarbonize mobility in a way that is practical, affordable, and scalable across the continent? CNG and EV offer a credible pathway forward. At PICNG and EV, the PICNG and EV was established to help drive this transition in a structured and practical way. Our focus has been on expanding refueling infrastructure, and more recently, the amplification of our EV mandate has seen us scale our charging infrastructure, support fleet conversion, build local capacity, and strengthen market coordination and enable alternative, cheaper, accessible, and sustainable mobility solutions, while also reinforcing the policy environment required to sustain long-term investment. CNG provides an immediate lower carbon alternative that is both accessible and cost-effective, particularly for commercial transport. For fleet operators, the reduction in operating costs can be significant while also contributing to improved air quality in our cities. While EVs, on the other hand, represent a longer-term shift, especially as our energy systems evolve. They offer the potential for significantly lower life cycle emissions and reduce operating costs over time, particularly when supported by cleaner power generation. This transition also represents a significant market opportunity for the continent, from infrastructure development and vehicle conversion to local manufacturing and technical services. The CNG and electric vehicle ecosystem can unlock new industries, create jobs, and deepen regional value chains. Nigeria, given its scale, resource base, market size, has a critical role to play in shaping this transition. If we get it right, if we build a system that is scalable, efficient, and commercially viable, it will not stop at our borders. It will influence adoption across West Africa and more broadly, the African continent. One lesson has been very clear. This transition requires discipline. It requires the right standards and the right partnerships, and a pace that ensures both credibility and sustainability. Done right, it builds confidence. Done poorly, it sets us back. As we continue these discussions, there are important questions to address around infrastructure, scale, financing, and coordination across markets. These are complex issues, but they are also solvable with the right collaboration. We see institutions like the IAEE and recognize that conferences such as this are critical platforms for collaboration, dialogue, and shared solutions, which is why I'm here in person today. We remain committed to integrating practical solutions emerging from discussions here that support a more sustainable and resilient energy and transport future. The pathway to decarbonizing Africa's transport sector will not be defined elsewhere. It will be defined by the choices we make, the investments we prioritize, and the partnerships we build on the continent. Finally, on that note, I wish you a productive and engaging conference. Thank you very much. But just to say this, I'm not a very good speech reader. I would have just said, thank you for having me here. Clap for me regardless of how I spoke. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now back to my regular agenda. Let me just give us a quick run through as to, first of all, this is the panorama hall of the Civic Center here in Victoria Island, where this event is taking place today. The facility has not decided that anything fire drill is going to happen. They have said if there is an alarm that goes off, we're expected to follow the clearly marked exits and proceed to the muster point, which will be around the car park area outside the building. There are exits to my left and my right that could take us through the back service stairs all the way down and outside the building. And of course, the exit in front of us, in front of me, behind you, through which we all came into the hall, would take us same way down the stairs outside of the building. And please put your phones on silence and vibrations. Take care of your personal belongings. And if you're giving any identical conference bags, do not put your personal valuables inside of them. That said, let me now carry on with my agenda for the morning. And following my opening, we would listen to the president of the association. His remark will be followed by the chairman of the occasion, the founder of Geometrics. His own remark will, of course, be followed by our special distinguished guest of honor if he's here. If he's not here, we move on to our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker will address us. Following our keynote speaker's remark, we'll then go into goodwill messages, which I have appealed we should keep short. Then we'll go from the goodwill messages. So we'll break after that into a closing remark by way of a vote of thanks after the chairman, if he would want to make a comment or two at that time. And then we'll break for lunch, We return from lunch into the plenary session for day one, and at the end of today, we will be having a dinner. So we will do the best we can to release you to refresh and come back and get the room ready for the dinner as well. So that will be our agenda this morning. Let me quickly, before I proceed, having mentioned some of the dignitaries here, also mention the presence of APO's immediate past executive secretary, His Excellency Dr. Marfa. Very good morning to you. And of course, Mr. Bird, a very good morning to you as well, the CEO of Dangote Refineries. Thank God for people like your refinery. We're not suffering what people in other parts of the world are suffering. So we appreciate the level of patriotism that delivered that gigantic project for us as a people. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Richmond Osuji, and I will take a quick dive into my activity for the morning right now. It was the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, Mr. Fatih Birol, who told us that energy transitions are not only about technology, they're about policy, investment, and people. But I want to focus on people today because at a recent event in Abuja, I think by the SPE, Nigerian Council, we were reminded by those who went for Sarah Week in Houston. Now, Sarah Week is an annual event in Houston where the big wigs of the oil and gas industry converge to talk policy and advancement. It was said, I wasn't there this year, that no mention of energy transition for most of the sessions for a week. Now, what that means is that whenever the people's energy security are threatened, those who want us to abandon our resources switch gears and begin to look for ways to get their people out of energy challenges. So any transition should be about the people, and if it must be about the people, then yes, we will definitely look for technologies to make what we currently have better, which is why this year, this event, we're looking at a theme that is looking at the evolution of future energy mix in Africa, not energy transition. The mix is important. I have always advocated that the mix should be our conversation because we need all sorts of energy to get us out of energy poverty. So on that note, I welcome you to this 19th edition of NAEE IAEE our International Conference, and let us get the going on the road by asking the President to now join me and give us his, if you give me a quick second, let me get there shortly. Let me get there. Voila. Okay, there you go. Please welcome our President of NAEE for his opening comments, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. A round of applause. Where's the President? He's not in the room? Okay, if the President is not here, that's fine. We will take our chairman. The show, I thought the President has gone to get, as you coming into the room, and that's because the President has gone downstairs to get them to come into the room. Anyways, the show must go on in show business. So the chairman of Geometric and the chairman of this conference will speak to us. Please welcome the esteemed Professor Bath Imaji.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to appreciate the President, who I am sure will show up soon, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, and the entire Nigerian Association for Energy Economics and the International Association for Energy Economics for inviting me. Distinguished leaders, when I came in, I saw so many people who really hold the energy industry, this here in Nigeria and perhaps in Africa. And it gave me a lot of joy to see all of you. So, but let's get straight to the issue. The topic is about evolution of energy mix in Africa, the role of technology, economics, and public policy. I know that Richmond said we shouldn't be talking too much about energy transition, but I am sure that if the problems of going on in the world get solved, they'll come back to begin to talk about energy transition. So we must talk about energy transition. It's really about going from fossil fuel to cleaner energy. So in our own case, we have coal, we have natural gas, and we have other forms of renewable energy. So, but as he mentioned earlier, the world events of the last, say, 4 years, the Russia-Ukraine war showed something. Because as soon as that war started, Europe, that had been harassing the entire world about renewable energy as being the only way forward for providing electricity in the world, where they were the first to abandon that paradigm. And Germany, for example, that was in the lead in this, immediately went back to coal. Coal, which is the biggest pollutant in the world, they went back to coal. And of course, a lot of other countries in Europe began to do the same. Only countries like Denmark that rely on wind energy stayed. But other countries have gone back, and this is throughout the world. So what we have is very important. We happen to be lucky that we have natural gas as the main ingredient for production, for example. And then, of course, we have the hydros. So this US-Iran war also has really exacerbated everything. And it is clear that what Nigeria has, Nigeria in particular, is so powerful. That's why Dangote refinery, Dangote refinery has done, has basically saved us. So imagine if we were importing fuel from elsewhere, we would be totally stuck today. And God help us with that. So the lesson for us here is that we should make good use of what we have. And that is that we should, when we're talking about energy transition, we shouldn't follow what other people are doing, people who developed their economies using whatever form of fuel they had. For example, coal. Much of China, America, they're still using coal. We're not even talking about that here. We're talking about a cleaner form of fossil fuel, which is natural gas. And I predict that for the next 20 years, we may be relying on different forms of natural gas to power our economy. And that is a good thing. Of course, we can talk about what the impediments would be. We have coal, but which is available, but its carbon emission is huge. But we can talk about cleaner form of it using technology, clean coal, but it is the cost of installation that's also an issue. When people, because coal-fired plants are very all power plants are very expensive to build, but coal-fired plants are even more expensive. So when a company is going to build a coal-fired plant, then that company has to arrange finance. And these days, it's very difficult to get coal financing. Financing of coal-fired plants. That's a serious problem. So it is the country that must decide that it really wants to do this. And that's where our country and other countries must take a decision about what they want to do. Now, natural gas, we have it in abundance. Over 210 trillion standard cubic feet of gas proven reserve. But we are not harvesting this reserve enough. We are not building the infrastructure enough. So the structure of financing that will make this happen, because private sector will need to drive, but government policy will need to be there to enable this to happen. So the first speaker spoke about compressed natural gas, CNG. But first you have to get the gas itself before you begin to talk about CNG or liquefied natural gas. I mean, we have the Nigeria LNG, and it is operating at about 60% of its capacity because of non-availability of the gas itself. So we have to invest in provision, in being able to mine the gas, in being able to transport it, the infrastructure. Very, very critical. It's, of course, a cheaper form of power provision because it costs less than a lot of the others to install, and it's faster to install. So I predict that this, in the future, for many, many years to come, will be our best way to provide electricity in Nigeria. We have hydros, but we have limits on how much of hydropower we can get. We already have the Kainji, we have Shiroro, we have Zungeru, we have those. And in Africa, we have projects, but many of them, you could say some of them are in the mines, even though they are big projects. Like we have the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam project, which is a huge project, over 4,500 megawatts power plant. And then you have the Julius Nyerere power plant in Tanzania, over 2,000 megawatt power plant. We have our own Mambila power. The Mambila power has, sorry, you're raising your hand. Sorry, madam, are you raising your hand to speak to me? Okay. Okay. She's on the phone, so and she was going like this, so I thought she was talking to me. So the Mambila power plant has been on the drawing board for more than 40 years. Is it doable? Of course it's doable. But so also is Inga Dam in Congo that is predicted to have capacity of providing over 100,000 megawatts of power. In fact, when I was Minister of Power, we thought about working with Congo to build that plant, begin to develop that plant, and build a line, a high tension line. And we calculated it, we've done the study, about 1,000 kilometers to come into Calabar to deliver the power to us. Because if we are going to talk about the continent, we can share power. It's possible. After all, power comes from Canada to United States, right? So we just are not thinking. We have to begin to think. Anyway, let me, because I'm not the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker will speak, but I just want to mention that wind is not so much for us here, but it's there. Waste to power is actually, people think it is cheap, but it's actually more expensive than natural gas-fired power plant. Nuclear technology we've explored, and we are exploring. When I was in government, we allocated about 1,000 megawatts to come from nuclear whenever that happens. But with the events of what's going on in the world, I wonder if they will let us build it to that level. Finally, government policy is key. Take, for example, what happened with partial risk guarantee instruments. A number of companies developed their power plants to the level where they could just finance, and the world was galloping into us to finance power plants. Because we were getting partial risk guarantee, myself and the former minister of the Minister of Finance at that time, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo, we set up what we call partial risk guarantee instrument to finance power. And it was working. In fact, Azura Edo power plant got financed using that instrument. But as soon as government changed, it got wiped away. Until today, we have not financed any new major power plant in Nigeria. And that's about 11 years on. So what government policy and will can do is tremendous in moving forward things. So let me just say that issues of power purchase agreement support, very important. That's this guarantee instrument. Cost reflective tariff. I'm glad that I was very pleased to see the chairman of the Regulatory Commission here. So maybe he will eventually opine somewhere during the meetings about cost reflective tariff. But it is, again, from the government side, the laws that will make a lot of things easier, including energy thefts, programs on the side of government to support the role of government and the role of private sector, metering issues, etc. These are some of the things I wanted to throw out so that we'll be able to be thinking about energy mix as this conference goes on. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Professor Bath Naji. Is the founder and chairman of Geometric Power. Energy mix indeed is the conversation we're having this year. You know, when he paused and asked the madam the question, Professor Omarogbe said, that's a teacher speaking. Now, you know, when a teacher is speaking, the teacher will always be a teacher. So, Prof, thank you again. You mentioned the Renaissance in Ethiopia. One of the key takeaways from that project for me is that the people funded it. They came together and raised the money for it. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you. As part of our conversations today will be money, right? Yes, if the people in Ethiopia can fund such a big project, we can begin to think in that direction. So thank you, Prof. All right, now we'll listen to our president of NAEE. Please welcome Dr. Hassan Mahmoud.
Let me officially welcome you to the conference. Sorry, I had to dash down to face some logistics. Mr. Chairman, our former Minister of Power, Professor Bath Naji. I have a lot of top dignitaries here. We have the representative of the Governor of Lagos State. We have Dr. Farouk. We have the presidential CNG boss. We have Alhaji Bamanga. We have a lot of people. I can't mention all the names, but let me just stand on existing protocol and move to the crux of this matter. I also have my colleague here, the CEO of Dangote Group, who is going to give us the keynote address. Everybody is very important. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, It is with great honor and a deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you all on behalf of the Nigerian Association for Energy Economics to the opening ceremony of our 2026 International Conference here at the Civic Center in Lagos on this day of the 27th of April, 2026. Let me begin by thanking all our distinguished participants across Nigeria, Africa, and the global community. Your presence here underscores a simple but powerful truth that Africa's energy future is now central to the global energy conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to share some stylized facts that frame the urgency of our discussion today. And some of them the chairman has already mentioned. Over 600 million people in Africa still lack access to electricity. Nearly 1 billion Africans rely on biomass for cooking, with significant health and environmental consequences. Yet, Africa accounts for less than 4% of the global energy-related CO2 emission. This is a paradox we must confront. Africa contributes the least to the problem, yet faces the most binding energy constraints. At the same time, Africa holds about 7% of global natural gas reserve and significant untapped oil resources. The continent possesses over 60% of the world-based solar resources. And critically too, Africa is home to over 30% of global critical minerals essential for energy transition, including cobalt, lithium, manganese, and several others, including rare earths. Driving this down home, Nigeria has installed power capacity of 13,000 megawatts or so, yet actual generation typically averages just 4 to 5,000 megawatts. I know a lot of people dispute that, but theoretically, we use those numbers. For a population of over 200 million people, our power plants operate well below capacity, just like the chairman said, largely due to gas supply, infrastructure, and market constraints. And this is despite the fact that Nigeria holds over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, the largest in Africa, which currently accounts for roughly 80% of our electricity generation input or feedstock. Encouragingly, decentralizing renewable solutions are beginning to make an impact, like the chairman just said, of CNG, with millions of Nigerians now connected through mini grids and solar systems. But the central message is clear. Nigeria's challenge is not lack of resources, it's closing the gap between potentials and performance. And talking of aligning potentials with performance, indeed, we are already beginning to see what is possible when vision, scale, and execution comes together. The Dangote refinery stands today as a landmark example, not just for Nigeria, but for Africa. As one of the largest refineries in the world, it represents a bold step towards energy security, import substitution, and industrial self-sufficiency. Importantly so, it underscores a central message of this conference, that African energy future must be built on large-scale, commercially viable, and globally competitive projects anchored on our own resources, driven by our private sector leadership, and supported by coherent public policy. It is a clear demonstration that with the right alignment of technology, economics, and policy, Africa can translate its potentials through performance to critical inputs for its rapid industrialization, self-sufficiency, and economic development. So the issue is not resource scarcity. The issue is how to convert resources to reliable, affordable, sustainable energy at scale. Let us also be clear that about the scale of the challenge. Africa requires over 100 billion, according to the economics of it now, in energy investment to achieve universal access by 2030, according to the UN protocol. Yet, current energy investment flow to the continent are less than half of that requirement, or far less. In addition, the cost of capital in Africa is often between 2 to 3 times higher than the advanced economies, meaning the cost of capital is humongous, significantly constraining project viability. This is not just a financing gap, it is a structural constraint to development. Globally, we're operating in a rapidly shifting landscape. Global renewable energy capacity has grown over 50% in the last 5 years alone, electric vehicles, EVs adoption is accelerating, with EVs expected to account for over 40% of global car sales by 2030. And global energy transition investment surpassed $1.9 trillion in 2024. Yet, Africa accounts for less than 3% of global clean energy investment. The divergence is not sustainable, and this brings us to the central issue of our conference. What should Africa's energy mix look like, and how do we achieve it? The theme of the conference has identified three channels. Technology. Technology is redefining the energy landscape. The cost of solar power has declined over 80% in the last decades. Battery storage costs have dropped by nearly 70%. Crude refining are met at very refined quality standard. Nigeria is already doing a Euro 5 or Euro 6 standard. The CEO of Dangote Group is going to be speaking to some of that. This creates a real opportunity for Africa to leapfrog traditional energy pathway. Decentralizing energy system, mini-grids, off-grid solar, digital energy platforms can accelerate access, particularly in rural and underserved communities. Economics, energy transition is ultimately about economics. Without bankable project, capital will not flow. Without credible policy framework, investors will hesitate. And without risk-sharing mechanism, large-scale infrastructure will stall. We must address currency risk, regulatory uncertainties, weak transmission infrastructure, and must deepen domestic capital market, blended finance structure, and public-private partnership. Public policy will determine these outcomes. Countries that succeed will be those that provide stable regulatory environment, clear transition roadmap, and consistent fiscal and energy pricing framework. Policy must also carefully balance energy access, affordability, security, and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, African energy transition must be pragmatic, not ideological. Natural gas must play a central role as a transition fuel, supporting baseload power and industrialization. Renewable must scale rapidly, especially for distributed energy access. Regional integration must deepen through power pools and cross-border infrastructure, just like the chairman also mentioned in his remark now. Beyond meeting domestic needs, Africa has a strategic global opportunity to become major supplier of transition minerals, to develop green industrial hubs, and to participate in emerging hydrogen and clean energy value chain. But this will not happen automatically. It will require deliberate strategies. The Nigerian Association for Energy Economics remains committed to advancing evidence-based policy dialogue, bridging academia, industry, government officials towards supporting sustainable energy development across Africa. Over the next 2 days, we will interrogate key issues, shared empirical insights, and develop actionable pathway forward. Africa has resources, the demography, and the opportunity, and what it requires now is clarity of vision, strength of policy, and boldness of execution. On this note, it is my great honor to welcome you to this conference, where expert professionals, academia, and policymakers are lined up to discuss these critical issues and provide innovative pathway for adoption and sequencing of African energy mix for African industrialization and global competitiveness. Thank you very much, and I wish you a highly productive, impactful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, President NAEE, giving his official opening remarks at this 19th edition of the annual international conference. Let me acknowledge the presence of Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, His Excellency, of course, who is represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources of Lagos, Honorable Biodun Ogule. Always good to see you, sir. Lovely to have you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. We're also joined by the President of the Nigerian Institute of Management, Commodore Bimbola Olaribigbe Ayuba. Commodore, very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us as well. The Chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Petroleum Engineers is also here, Engineer Dr. Yetunde Aladeiton, FNSC. Dr. Yeti, always lovely to have you. And then the 17th President and Chairman in Council of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria is also here, Mr. Innocent Ohagwa, FCTI. Lovely to have you join us as well. Warm welcome to all of you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving over now to a keynote address. You know, many years ago, just like what he did recently when he said in East Africa that they would want to build a 650 standard or more refinery in East Africa. So many years ago, when he had just mentioned he would build a refinery in Nigeria, I was flying to New York, and on the flight saw this magazine, Time, I think it was magazine, and it said, if anybody could make refinery work in Nigeria, is Aliko Dangote. And in the conversation in the plane, he was like, I don't think so. I think so. You know, these things in public spaces. But anyways, all of that is history now. It's built, is running, is saving us the blushes from current geopolitical tensions. And the man who is overseeing the operations of that refinery for the Dangote group of companies is here this morning as our keynote speaker. Please welcome Mr. David Bird.
Perfect. Good morning, Chairman, President. Wonderful to be with you here today. Honor to be in such distinguished company. So also a welcome to all of the distinguished guests. If I may stand on existing protocols, given the amount and caliber of all the people that we have here today. Thank you. David Bird, representing the Dangote refinery. I think we'll get some slides up soon. I'm sure the Dangote group needs no introduction to this audience, but as everyone is aware, thank you very much. A wide, diversified industrial conglomerate across Africa, obviously starting in foods and then broadening across industrials of construction and now oil and gas, fertilizer, and so forth. From the refinery perspective, yes, it's the refinery, the asset in Nigeria, but as a company, and certainly for me, with a lot of personal purpose on taking this role, this is truly a continent-building business, and it is a pan-African business. Yes, the refinery is the key asset, but certainly we view this business model about broader pan-African supply of high-quality fuels, Euro 5, Euro 6 fuels, and the public health benefit of that is often not acknowledged as widely as I would like. I think it's not unreasonable to say that West Africa was the dumping ground of a lot of the world's inferior product. And now Nigeria is enjoying what, frankly, most Europeans probably take for granted, which is Euro 5 and Euro 6 fuels and diesel. And our ambition is now to take that same opportunity throughout Africa through, again, upstream and downstream supply chain integration, whether that's shipping, tank farms, distribution of pipelines, to get our clean fuels into these inland markets throughout Africa. And let's be clear, when we talk about Euro 5, and this forum is a lot about public policy, Euro fuels specifications are imposed on industry. Not voluntarily, they're imposed on industry. That is public policy. Why? For public health benefits. And that's why we should be incredibly proud that now Nigeria, West Africa, and soon the broader African continent can enjoy what Europeans take for granted: low sulfur, low metals, low aromatics fuels to Euro 5 and Euro 6 standards. So that's the business. Full disclosure, I have been now in downstream oil and gas for more than 30 years. I'm incredibly proud of our industry. So when we do talk about climate change, I am thrilled to see the title of this conference is Energy Mix, not Energy Transition, and I really echo some of the sentiments from the chairman and the president, and I hope you'll see a degree of consistency through my talk. I've had the great privilege of working in 10 countries. I'm incredibly proud of our industry. I see it as a force for good. I have worked in many developing countries where the economic activity that comes from the industrialization of an investment such as refining through its sustained operations and maintenance spend and the contribution of jobs, high-paying, highly skilled permanent jobs to the local community is absolutely profound. And in 2018, I'm from Australia. I left when I was 17. I went back in 2018, and it frankly broke my heart to see the demonization of the fossil fuel industry and the sensationalism of the energy transition debate, frankly, to the point where young children in Australia or developed markets, young adults, are refusing to have children because the public debate, the lack of political leadership, has so sensationalized this climate crisis that young adults are seeing that there's no future for their children. I find that frankly irresponsible. I find that immoral. And I hope that through the conversation that we can have through the course of this event, we will see that actually it is actually unnecessary as well. And there is a bright future to be had. And I am, again, full disclosure, not only incredibly proud of our industry, but also incredibly optimistic of the future. And I have young children myself, and I think it's a very bright outlook for them. When it comes to modern lifestyle or modern human flourishing, it's important to note how recent it has actually been. And this is really modern lifestyle that we enjoy. Modern human flourishing is really just a story of the last 60 years. Less than one lifetime if we see the population growth since the Second World War driven by abundant, reliable, on-demand energy. We can debate, I'm in a room full of economists, so I'm very conscious of that. We can debate causation or correlation. I'm firmly of the belief that it is causation. Reliable, cheap, safe, on-demand energy has driven modern human flourishing, risen an incredible amount of people out of poverty, migrated humanity from a lot of subsistence to a lot of abundance. Healthcare impacts, again, a plug for just, let's say, oil and gas when it comes to the gas producing fertilizer and the incredible developments, the exponential improvements in productivity of the agricultural industry. Petrochemicals, again, single-use plastics are demonized. However, their contribution to hygiene, hospital care, sterility of hospital instruments, etc., has been a cause for this modern human flourishing that we've experienced over the last lifetime. Something to be incredibly proud of, and we need to remind ourselves actually how recent it has been. Now, that trajectory is not exponential. It is self-correcting. We see when countries and populations get rich, then populations do stabilize. It is not exponential. The modern lifestyle is underpinned by energy intensity. The modern lifestyle of energy intensity is driven by clean, abundant, on-demand energy. And that has driven the exponential rise in both population, but also some things to consider through that. That has taken a whole swath of the world's population, and the former president of Singapore said it best, Lee Kuan Yew, when he was asked what was the most instrumental invention of the 21st century, his answer was the air conditioner, because it brought a whole swath of the world's population that was living in the tropics into productive endeavor. Similarly, you could argue energy-intensive modern lifestyle allows flourishing, human flourishing in extreme cold. If you go to Scandinavia or Canada, etc. So not only now the tropics, not only the dry regions of human flourishing now in the Middle East through the air conditioner, also energy intensity. The rich world through energy intensity is able to flourish in extreme weather. Often the argument is climate change disproportionately impacts the poor. I feel quite a patronizing outlook when you hear some of the language at the COPs of the world or other Western gatherings, that this is all about in service of the poor. Well, actually, have we asked the poor? And you'll find that no, poverty, corruption, health, employment, ability for self-determination is far more important to the poor. And then on the right, you'll see that actually, despite the hysteria of climate change and climate crisis, actually deaths from extreme weather events has tumbled. Why? Because when you're rich, that enables you to be more resilient to extreme weather. I've mentioned air conditioning, I've mentioned heating in cold climates, but also investment in infrastructure, flood protection. Let's be clear, one of the richest countries in the world, the Netherlands, has the bulk of their land below sea level, and yet they're still flourishing. So being rich enables you to be more resilient to climate change and extreme weather. And funnily enough, a little anecdote, the fastest growing state by population growth in the United States is Florida. And yet Florida sits in Hurricane Alley. So really, if this truly was the case that we were unable to be resilient to extreme weather events, people wouldn't be flocking to Florida for their lifestyle. Mark Twain said, "The reports of my death are grossly exaggerated." And again, you see the outlook. I've been in this business for 30 years. I've seen many cycles. We are a cyclical business and we will continue to be so. It was tempting to come here today and just talk about the Middle East crisis, but really this too shall pass. And when we talk about some of the public policy decisions, some of the economic analysis that your peer group and your field of study contribute to, it is looking through the cycle. Because we get this wrong. Humanity does want to flourish. People do want to lift themselves out. And there is no high income, low energy intensive country in the world. So this is this increased thirst for energy. And so before it was peak oil driven by supply, in the start of my career, everyone thought oil would run out. And now apparently it's peak oil driven by peak in demand. And then tumbling down. As you can see, every single year that the predictions get published, they're wrong. And they're conservative. So I think an interesting statistic. So when we do quote these expert bodies like the IEA, let's all recognize, A, forecasting is incredibly difficult. And also sometimes, frankly, it is conflicted in terms of what is the other agenda for some of these forecasting agencies. Energy addition or energy transition. The world has already spent an inordinate amount on new technologies, and that's not to say that is wrong. I'm not anti-renewables. I have solar panels on my house, and I'm enjoying the benefits of those. What I am is anti a singular choice of technology. This is all about an energy mix, as is the theme of this conference, and thrilled to see that pragmatic debate. But let's not take it for granted that it's happening here, because still this passion, this singular drive for pushing renewables, having renewables targets. I use the analogy, if I want to lose weight, you shouldn't tell me to eat 82% vegetables. But somehow we say we want to reduce emissions, but we must have 82% renewables, which is the Australian target for the energy mix. That is flawed. We should be pursuing emissions reduction, carbon intensity reduction by any means possible. And it is the role of public policy to be agnostic to technology choices. So the risk of just saying forecasting is incredibly hard, there has been a period of high income countries that have plateaued their per capita energy intensity. And you've seen that stabilization, and then it was for other countries to catch up. China, India, etc., developing countries. We thought there had been that stabilization, that plateauing of energy intensity for a rich country. However, now, notwithstanding what I said, that forecasting is incredibly difficult, are we on the cusp of something from a forecasting perspective that no one anticipated? And that is that the energy intensity of rich countries, of developed countries, is now ticking back up. And ticking back up, so it's very new, it's very recent, the AI revolution, data centers, gene sequencing, etc., all energy intensive innovations, and it is just ticking up in every developed world. That was completely unforeseen by historic forecasts. And the scale of that energy intensity increase is extreme. And you see some predictions there on the energy demand, the energy thirst from data centers and AI. It could be as much as tripling, quadrupling in a very short space of time, putting incredible strain not only on power generation, but then also on transmission, etc., and community license. So are we really on the cusp of something fundamental when it comes to predicting energy intensity going forward? So one thing our industry, and it was spoken a bit by the chairman, it's important to remind ourselves again, some of this myopic focus on renewables, that actually the COP28 agreement, the pledge was equal energy efficiency and renewables. And sometimes that energy efficiency has been forgotten. But energy efficiency in traditional energy sources is an equal part of the COP28 agreement and alignment, but somehow getting lost in the narrative. And so despite some of the lack of public leadership and the hysteria and sensationalism of the climate crisis, engineers are busy getting on with their job, which is driving energy efficiency in some of the technologies. And even though coal was mentioned by the chairman, already those significant energy improvements from modern technologies being applied to coal-fired power. But similarly for other internal combustion or thermal power generation, gas turbines. Absolutely remarkable. Not quite Moore's law of computing power, which doubles every year, but certainly still very, very significant improvements in energy efficiency across the board. Why is that important? Because that should justify sustained reinvestment in traditional energy forms. Forget what you think of as the outlook for the demand. So in the case of a refinery, which I'll get to, whatever you may think of the outlook of demand, reinvesting in modern energy efficient infrastructure in the energy mix, if that just results in the closure of older, less efficient generators of power in the energy mix, then that is a good thing, because then the average efficiency increases. And that is the case in refining. The average age of a refinery in the US or Europe is more than 70 years old. And these are the very same people that are denying investment in oil and gas, full stop. Whilst when you go to Rotterdam or Houston or Manchester, you can smell the refineries from 20 miles away. They're leaking, you drive past them, lots of plumes. They're old, small, inefficient, and carbon intensive. And that same capital is being denied for the development of traditional energy sources to invest in clean, modern, energy efficient processing, no matter what the step is of the oil and gas value chain. So I'm incredibly proud to be a part of this. Prior to this role, I was in the Middle East again in a new build refinery and petrochemical plant. And we had visitors to the plant. We gave them a tour and they would come back and they would say, when are you starting up? And we would say, we're already in operation. And the single comment that will always stick in my mind is, I can't smell anything. So I'm proud to be part of Dangote refinery, which is the world's most modern, most energy efficient, most automated, most data rich. We all talk about AI, the most data rich refinery in the world. And at the most conservative estimate, we will be 30% more energy efficient than the global average of the refining population in the world. And that's what comes from sustained reinvestment in all forms of energy, using latest available technology and taking advantage of the improvements in energy efficiency. So I'm a bit overwhelmed to be in a room full of economists to talk economics, but I'm going to try. And please, I'm not anti-renewables. I'm all for energy freedom. And that's where I'll finish. So maybe four thoughts. Refining, as you've heard the headline figures about the Dangote refinery. Oil and gas industry, generally, it is capital intensive. So I as a business leader, I'm just immersed in the concept of capital efficiency. Once you invest the capital, it is all about utilization. So my job description is keep the plant running. Now, frankly, that's no different than a hotel. You don't build a hotel to only have 50% occupancy. Or an airline, you don't buy an airplane to only have it 50% of the seats occupied. A capital-intensive industry is all about utilization. So I still struggle to understand the economics of intermittent weather-dependent energy, where you know your utilization will be low. And everyone says, oh, the upfront cost has come down so much that actually that utilization is not a key part. But then the second point about backup, if we want reliable on-demand energy, if that's our base premise, how do you size that backup? A battery. Do you size a battery for 1 cloudy day, 2 cloudy days, 3 cloudy days, 5 cloudy days? Whatever you size it for, by definition, it will be underutilized. So the economics of intermittent energy need to be deeply understood, and that's just on the generation. That's notwithstanding then also the full costs of transmission, etc. Incentives and subsidies. Again, I know public policy, and this is not my swim lane, so please take it with a caveat. It's just an observation. Actually, I speak as an observation as a consumer, as a citizen. So I enjoyed subsidies to put solar panels on my house. I'm a homeowner. I would call myself distinctly middle class. So I could afford the capital outlay for the solar panels. I could afford the capital outlay for the battery, knowing that I would get rebates from the government, which made it a very attractive proposition. There's a huge part of the population, typically lower income, living paycheck to paycheck, that can't afford that capital outlay, or they don't own their own home, so they rent, being denied these incredibly generous subsidies that everyone is applauding for having stimulated uptake of rooftop solar in Australia. And my challenge back to you is that moral? That actually that's been a huge wealth transfer from lower income households to middle and higher income households. Similarly, on the life cycle costs, again, this is new technology. It's not to say it's wrong, but it needs to deeply understand. We are now going to embark on the life cycle expiry of solar panels. And I am intrigued by the labels, right? Fossil fuel. Fossil sounds bad and sort of negative and old. And we say renewables, and renewables sounds inexhaustible. It's fantastic. Well, yes. Okay, we could say that the weather will always happen, but it's not to say that the generation is inexhaustible. Solar panels have a lifetime. Wind turbines have a lifetime. And are we fully accommodating for those life cycle costs and how then they will be dealt with as we deal with this waste problem? And it's important to talk about waste because everyone demonizes the supply. When we say demonizing the supply, what do I mean? I mean plastics. We say we have a plastic problem. I would argue we don't have a plastic problem. As I said in my earlier slide, plastics have done incredible benefits for humanity, whether that be single-use plastics for food packaging, enabling the preservation of nutrition to get to people further away from agricultural land. The single-use plastics I mentioned in, say, hospitals and healthcare. So when I see that there's global forums trying to curtail the plastic supply, I feel that is missing the point. It's a plastic waste problem. And we can talk about circularity and recycling and waste collection, avoiding waste into the oceans, etc. That's where our focus should be, not demonizing the supply side. Because the same, frankly, is renewables. We can't celebrate the renewables boom if we don't also acknowledge that there is a waste problem potentially at the back end if we don't treat it correctly. And then lastly, when it comes to economics and public policy, I'll talk about industrialization. Please do learn the lessons from developed countries. And you can see there the price of electricity in some of the developed markets that have gone very enthusiastically down the energy transition and the renewable path. By injecting a lot of intermittent weather-dependent power into the energy mix of that country, that has driven up price. Potentially for the capital efficiency point I mentioned at the beginning, at the first point there, but I'll leave that for the economists in the room to work out. But also for the deindustrialization. So Australia now celebrates the uptake of rooftop solar. Every single one of those rooftop solar panels has come from China. Whilst we deny reliable, baseload, on-demand coal-fired power, we are currently exporting our record amount of coal to China. So zero impact for emissions, but the country has become poorer because of it, because of that deindustrialization. We export the coal to China. They create the factories and the jobs to manufacture the solar panels, and we import the solar panels, which drives up our energy price. And by the way, when you talk about now globalization, actually the labor input is becoming less and less relevant when it comes to manufacturing. Majority of solar panels are manufactured by robots. Actually, the energy input is becoming more and more important when we talk about industrialization and the growth of manufacturing. Something very important, I think, for developing countries, particularly Nigeria and Africa, to think about. So in closing, my advocacy is getting rich as a country is not a bad thing. It is an imperative. And we can only get rich on the back of reliable, abundant, cheap energy. And getting rich on the back of reliable and cheap, abundant, on-demand energy will also make the country more resilient and the population more resilient to the effects of climate change. We are not denying climate change. The world has already warmed more than a degree, but humanity is just doing fine. To do self-determination, human health, etc., education, as part of the evolution of any developing country to becoming a rich country. And on the back of that, we should all be advocating for energy freedom. I'll finish there with one small quote from our friends at Dilbert to try and lighten the atmosphere. Thank you very much.
Can we see his quote one more time? Let's see his final quote one more time. Technical. Yes, just technical. His final quote one more time. How are the tech support calls going? Great. I'm blaming all for our product flaws on climate change, and people are totally buying it. That doesn't make sense. You should be surprised how little amateurs. Oh, goodness. You use the right words to describe this climate change drama going on in the world and the transitions. And also, thank you very much, Mr. David Bird, Managing Director and CEO of Dangote Finance. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you. So, traditionally, we would take the governor's remark as the final part of the opening ceremony. However, his representative has meetings to attend. So we'll take remarks from the governor. Now, after that, we'll listen to our sponsors, but I'm appealing again to the sponsors to please keep their remarks to a maximum of 3 minutes. If you do 2 minutes, I'll recommend you for a national honor. You choose the one you want. Anyways, we're moving on because of time. Quickly to the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources. Please welcome Honorable Biodun Ogunle.
Good afternoon. It is great to have the opportunity to speak to this great audience. Permit me to, before I go on with His Excellency's speech, just start on this note. Chris White, I want to add to the controversy. Chris White, the US Secretary for Energy, told us last year, and he repeated himself again this year at the Power African Conference, that the future of Africa lies in coal. We openly said, no, don't do that, don't say that, all of us. I mean, but suddenly he gave us very simple analysis. Cost to market, cost to ensuring efficiency, and return on investment. And he said to us, I'm not going to ask you not to do what you want, but in the US mix. So on that note, it's my pleasure to be with you and to read the remark of Governor Babajide Olúṣọlá Sanwo-Olu as your host at this meeting, and permit me to, not in any particular order, permit me to observe the protocol for this meeting. You know, even if I don't want to go through this list, I must mention two great gentlemen that are with us. The first is one of the men I used to look forward, I still look forward to meeting with him every time. Not because he's a prof, I mean, he will always teach you anytime. Because he was one of those who had the heart. I don't know how he sleeps, but to take a risk on the Nigerian electricity market, Prof, again and again, I doff my hat. Please. Now, my chairman is here, the chairman of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, Mr. Musli Hosseini. Thank you very much for the great work the commission is doing, and I look forward to more of that. The chairman of the Presidential CNG Initiative, thank you very much. The president of the Nigerian Association of Energy Economics, thank you. CEO, you have, I wish I can take you on a couple of issues, but I need to run away. Captains of industry, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. No, it's not correct. This is Lagos. Thank you. Now, it's with great pleasure that I welcome each and every one of you to our City of Excellence, Lagos. As chief host of this 19th Annual International Conference of the Nigerian Association of Energy Economists, I speak not merely as the governor of Lagos, but as the host of over 500 of the world's foremost minds in energy economics, politics, and industry. You have chosen Lagos, and Lagos is ready for you. To the president and leadership of NAEE, I extend hearty congratulations reaching this 19th edition of your distinguished conference. Since your your inauguration in 2006 as Nigerian affiliate of International of Economics of Energy and Economics, a body with presence in over 70 countries. NAEE has been the authoritative voice at the intersection of energy science and public policy in our nation. That you have chosen Lagos as your OCT for this global convening is a recognition of what these states represent, not merely a metropolis, but a living laboratory for every energy challenge and an opportunity for the continent to also learn from us the great things we are doing and the fact that some of these challenges need to be addressed urgently. And what a distinguished gathering it is. Energy ministers, global chief executive, multilateral financiers, industry operators, and leading researchers from across the world have converged on Lagos for this landmark event. To every international delegate who has traveled to be here, you honor us with your presence, and I assure you that the city you are visiting is the same city that will feature prominently in global energy story for decades to come. The invitation of NAEE to Lagos is fitting for reasons that go well beyond geography. Lagos is home to over 22 million people. We contribute approximately 30% of Nigeria's GDP and will rank as the 5th largest economy in Africa if we are a sovereign nation. It hosts sub-Saharan Africa's most important financial centers outside Joburg. And we are home to two most critical seaports and the busiest international and domestic aviation hubs. When energy fails in Lagos, it does not merely inconvenience, it costs the nation. This is precisely why our administration has treated energy not as a sectorial concern, but as a foundational infrastructure upon which every other development ambition rests, whether it is the Blue Line rail that now connects Mile 2 to Marina, or the red line running from Agbado to Oyingbo. The infrastructure that is reshaping the mobility and economic geography of our mega city. Each of these investments depend on a reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy supply. There will be no smart city without smart energy. There will be no 24/7 economy without 24/7 power. Distinguished guest, the story of the energy transformation of Lagos is one of legislative courage, institutional design, and practical execution. And I'm pleased to share it with this global audience. In December 2024, I signed the Lagos State Electricity Law into law, a landmark legislative instrument aligned with the Electricity Act 2023, the amended Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the amended Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This law provides a comprehensive legal regulatory framework for generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity within our state. It enables decentralized sources, solar, wind, and gas, to ensure that even the most underserved corridors of Lagos enjoy uninterrupted supply. And it creates the enabling framework for private sector participation and investment at scale. In March 2026, I formally inaugurated the Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission with a board of distinguished professionals mandated to regulate the electricity market within Lagos, enforce compliance, protect customers' rights, promote competition, support renewable energy initiatives, and advance energy efficiency, and grid modernization. LASEC is committed. LASEC is our commitment in institutional reform, independent, professional, and built to endure beyond any single administration. On the clean energy frontier, Lagos has already made substantial progress. Solar power street lighting program is expanding the footprint of clean energy on our streets and communities. Our waste to energy initiatives are converting the challenges of urban waste management into electricity generation opportunities, transforming a liability into an asset in the truest sense. The Lekki Free Trade Zone, which our administration has actively championed, is home to some of the most significant industrial investments on the continent, including the Dangote refinery and petrochemical complex, a project which this very conference will witness firsthand on the 29th of April. And we stand as a monument to what is achievable when government creates the right enabling environment for transformative private investment. We have committed to a $150 million lithium battery assembly plant at the Lekki Free Trade Zone. We have signed a MOU with Rural Electrification Agency to expand access to renewable energy, including plans for Nigeria first floating solar plant, an 8-megawatt facility to power Lagos State University. We are taking steps towards establishing a university focused on renewable energy, building the human capital pipeline that will sustain these ambitious steps across generations. The first state licensed independent power producers under new market framework expect to begin commercial operations between late 2026 and early 2027. These are not projections made lightly. They are the product of deliberate regulatory groundwork, stakeholder engagement, and a government that means what it says. Distinguished delegates, the theme of this conference, Evolution of Energy Mix in Africa, the role of technology, economics, and public sector, and public policy, demands more serious intellectual engagement because the stakes could not be higher. The International Energy Agency estimates that 600 million people across Africa still lack access to electricity. Renewables account for 25% of the region's overall power generation mix in 2025. Africa added 4.2 gigawatts of renewable capacity in 2024, a 6.7% increase. Yet, this remains well below what is required to meaningfully expand access across our continent. The IEA projects Africa's electricity demand will surge by approximately 75% over this decade alone. And yet, Africa attracts a mere 3% of global energy investment, wholly disproportionate to our population, our resource endowment, and our potential. These figures carry moral weight that no conference room can avoid. Behind each statistics is a hospital without reliable power for diagnostic equipment, a school without electricity for digital learning, a factory running on diesel at a cost that destroys its competitiveness, and a family whose daily life is organized around the rhythm of outages and generators. And this is the reality that this conference must engage with full seriousness and ultimately help to change. Your conference team correctly identifies the 3 pillars upon which Africa's energy future must stand. I will be remiss if I do not recognize the federal government of Nigeria for the energy reform architecture it has assembled. Nigeria's energy transition plan charts a coherent course towards net zero emission by 2060. By delivering universal energy access, integrating the power, cooking, transport, industry, and oil and gas sector into a single development framework. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration has reinforced this with the launch of a 2 billion climate fund and a 500 million distributed renewable energy fund through the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority and the World Bank backed distributed access through renewable energy scale-up program targeting clean electricity for more than 17.5 million people. Lagos State is proud to be an active complement to this national architecture. We are not waiting for the national grid to solve our problem. We are building the institutions, legislative and commercial infrastructure to solve them ourselves, and in doing so, demonstrating what is possible for every subnational government across Nigeria and across Africa. We invite you to look beyond the conference halls and to see a city that is transforming itself, a city that's extending rail lines, expanding clean energy access, building lithium battery plants, and planning Nigeria's first floating solar facility. We invite you to be part of this story, not as observers, but as partners. To the researchers and economists in this room, your work has consequences that reach far beyond the pages of journals. The policies that will determine whether hundreds of millions of Africans gain reliable, affordable energy in the coming decades will be shaped in part of the rigors of your analysis and the boldness of your recommendation. Hold us, your government, to account. Speak to us in the language of implementable strategy, and let the communique of this conference be a document that policymakers across the continent can actually use. Lagos is honored to host this conversation. We are proud to be part. We are proud to be your excellent city, to be your city of excellence, and we are committed to being not just the host of this debate, but a leader in the transformation he described. On behalf of the government and people of Lagos, I extend the warmest welcome to every delegate, local and international, and to our great city. I wish you the most productive and intellectually rewarding conference, and I look forward with great anticipation to the outcomes of your deliberations and their contribution to the brighter, cleaner, more prosperous energy future of Nigeria and Africa. I thank you for listening, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos.
Thank you very much, Honorable Biodun Ogunleye, the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources of Lagos State, speaking on behalf of Mr. Governor, His Excellency Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. Please, let's appreciate the Honorable Commissioner. Another round of applause. All right, so onwards now to sponsors' remark. By the way, he mentioned it in his speech. There's going to be that site visit of the Dangote refinery on Wednesday. The buses will take off from here at the Civic Center at 9 a.m. So you're expected to be here if you're joining on that tour before. Should they register? Where's the president? Should they register? Can I get president? Should they register? Should they pre-register for the site tour? They can just come. Yeah, because you need to know what size of buses you're bringing. Exactly. So if you're interested in going, go to the registration desk and indicate your interest so they will plan properly for your logistics. Mr. Bird is looking forward to hosting you on Wednesday. All right. So we will just go into the Goodwill remarks. Please, again, I'm begging you, maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Remember the promise of national honor for 2 minutes. Let's begin with the CEO of Noxi Limited, Mrs. Ngozi Adewale. These are our sponsors, by the way. Thank you very much.
My name is Ngozi Oyewole. Mine is going to be something slightly different. Everybody's talked about transition and energy transition. Now, energy mix. So, how to say it, I'm going to stand on existing protocols. I'm going to try and make it 3 minutes. But since during the diversity, all men have spoken. That's the first woman speaking now. I'm truly honored to be here. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. And but I'd also like to celebrate leadership and vision. And please join me in giving a well-deserved applause to Professor Yinka Omorogbe for her continued commitment to shaping Africa's energy future, for the privilege of me being here today. And of course, another young man, Amikebo Alu, has really didn't let me sleep. Well, he managed to whip me here. I don't know how he did it, but I'm here. And now they're saying 3 minutes, which I'm going to try. So we're gathered here to explore evolution of energy mix in Africa, the role of technology, economics, and public policy. And indeed, Africa is evolving. Across the continent and right here in Nigeria, we're witnessing a dynamic shift from oil and gas to renewables, from centralized grids to decentralized solutions, from legacy systems to innovative technologies. Nigeria, in particular, deserves recognition. Our nation has made deliberate strides through policy reforms, local content development, gas expansions initiatives, and increased investments in renewable energy. These efforts are not just shaping our energy mix, they're fueling industrialization, creating jobs, and strengthening economic resilience. But as we celebrate progress, we must also confront critical truth. You got to bear with me. I'm a very strong advocate. An evolving energy mix without a safety-first mindset is a fragile future, because progress, no matter how advanced, becomes vulnerable when the people driving it are not adequately protected. Every turbine installed, every refinery upgraded, every solar farm commissioned is powered by human hands. And if those hands are exposed to preventable risks, then our progress is incomplete. As energy systems evolve, so do the risks. Renewable energy introduces new technologies, battery storage, grid integration systems, installation processes, gas expansion requires complex structure. Even traditional oil and gas operations are becoming more technological. Risk is not reducing, it is transforming. So I'm really putting this across today that no matter what we do, we must approach safety. Okay, safety can no longer be seen as compliance requirements. It must be a strategic an investment. So Nigeria, we see, is already showing promising leadership in this space through local content policies. My company is Noxi Limited, and what we do PPEs. And of course, cameras, flame retardant are proudly made in Nigeria. So we're not only encouraging indigenous participation, we're building local capacity, promoting industrial growth, and setting higher standards across the value chain. We begin to see industries grow, not just in size, but in quality. And we begin to see local manufacturing rise. We begin to see African solutions solving African challenges. And most importantly, we begin to see future where growth does not come at the expense of human lives. So the question before us is not just how do we evolve energy mix. The real question is how do we evolve it responsibly? How do we ensure that as we scale, we safeguard? As we innovate, we also protect. As we industrialize, we also humanize our processes. Because true progress is not just measured in output, it is measured in outcomes. And one of the most important outcome is every worker goes home safe every day. Richie, I'm getting the award. So this is the kind of energy future we must build. Safety is not an afterthought, but a foundation. Policy does not just enable growth, but enforces protection. Innovation does not just advance systems, but preserves lives. Nigeria is on a strong path. Africa is rising, but let us ensure that as we build this future, we build it on something that cannot fail, the protection of our people. The work continues, the impact grows, and the responsibility is clear. Thank you very much for putting this wonderful conference together. And I hope that some of my questions will be answered. And when we go back to our company, we'll take heed and do what is right. We must be protected. Incident warriors must be protected. The women must be protected.
All right, thank you very much. So continuing with our goodwill, these are actually sponsors' remarks. They're not just goodwill. Those are messages from our sponsors and institutional partners, right? So we've taken from one of our sponsors. We're going to listen now to our next sponsor. And our next sponsor that we'll be listening to is what you will consider grant sponsors for this event. Not only have they signed the check, they've also, by way of staff volunteering, given NAEE the chairman of the local organizing committee for this event, Lady Epe. But welcome now from our grant sponsors, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, speaking on behalf of the ACE. Welcome the Acting Director, ERSP, Dr. Olashipo Agbaje. By the way, all the photographers with the phone and cameras, when you come to take pictures, please don't stand here because that is my lead videographer. Don't block him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say all protocols very much observed, but I must not fail to mention the presence of the prof again. It's a role model to every one of us, and several profs in the house. So we recognize every one of you, special guests in the house. I also want to specially recognize my primary constituency, the authority. Authority, are you here? If you're authority, put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you so much. I speak on behalf of the authority chief executive, and I bring the compliments and regards of the ACE, Engineer Saidu Ali Mohammed, who is of course unavoidably absent, but as you can see, very well represented by the caliber and the size of the NMDP delegation here this morning. So I will just run through very quickly and try to meet up Richmond's 3 minutes. Good afternoon, distinguished organizers, esteemed delegates, and industry pioneers. It is a profound honor, my profound honor, to bring you warm regards to this association, the NAEE, and the International Association for Energy Economics, on the occasion of your 2026 conference. The theme chosen for the year, the future of petroleum in Africa, investment, innovation, and energy security, reflects the fundamental concern of the socioeconomic trajectory of our continent for the next half century. As we stand at the crossroads of a global energy transition and a domestic demand for industrialization, our approach to petroleum must be both pragmatic and visionary. At the NMDP, we recognize that the future of petroleum in Africa is linked very much so to three pillars that mirror this year's conference. One, investment as a catalyst, innovation beyond the future, beyond the barrier, of course, and then energy security as a human right. The discussions to be made within this halls over the coming days will serve as a compass for policymakers and investors alike. We are no longer in an era where we can afford to work in silos. The synergy between energy economics and regulatory excellence is what will turn these dialogues into bankable projects and sustainable policies. And I dare say that this is what has informed our interest in this association over the years and our continued commitment to ensuring that we give it all the strength and support that is required. So the NMDP remains a steadfast partner in the journey. We are dedicated to implementing the Petroleum Industry Act with a focus on creating a midstream and downstream sector that is the envy of the global stage, one that balances the green aspirations of tomorrow with the growth aspirations of today. And we must acknowledge the fact that right in this room and over the years, NAEE played a very significant role in the development of the PIA. So you find a lot of PIA eggheads who are also members of this association over the years. We recognize you, we see some of you, and we thank you very immensely. So the transition must be an inclusive transition for Africa. This means leveraging on our natural endowments to power our own future while innovating to a cleaner world. I wish to commend the NAEE and the IAEE for consistently providing this world-class platform for intellectual and professional exchange. And I say that may your deliberations be insightful, your networking fruitful, and your resolutions actionable. Finally, on behalf of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, which I understand, I don't know what your sponsorship categorizations are. I understand we are what you call the grand sponsors. Please put your hands together for NMDP. It's not easy. So on behalf of NMDP, I want to wish you very impactful 2026 conference. I will be here with you all the way. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Well, Lord, Nigeria's grand sponsors, even if my time wanted to go past 3 minutes, I could pause it. That's what you benefit of being a grand sponsor. So thank you very much. Thank you. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you. Now, another of our sponsors and partnering institution will address us. This time we're going to the Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority as their Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer is here. In person, please welcome Alhaji Bamanga Usman Jada.
The chairman, please permit me to align with the existing protocol. Actually, I have a written speech, but I will not go through it because I want to be recommended for the national award. Technically, our prof, the chairman, and Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, and Professor Bat, and then the CEO of Dangote Group, which is Mr. David Bett, has done justice to the technical aspect of why we are here today. So my own is to briefly mention what we are doing at Oil and Gas Resources Authority to support the Nigerian energy sector. First of all, the special economic zone concept is a global economic concept that is made to subsidize productivity, not consumption. And that's why I'm glad when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took the bold step to get rid of subsidy on petroleum products, that is subsidy on consumption purely. And also he has also taken a bold step to streamline the currency and the exchange rate. This significantly has restored confidence in the investment climate of the energy sector. And again, the Oil and Gas Resources Authority is a regulatory agency of federal government that is saddled with the responsibility to regulate, license, administer, develop, manage, and grant permits to all investors within the nation's oil and gas resources. I'm happy today, because of this special concept, we have Dangote refinery, which is under our regulations, with 650,000 barrels refining capacity, the biggest in the whole of Africa. And Dangote groups have committed again to upgrade the facility from the present 650,000 barrels to 1.4 million barrels a day, which we're going to make it the biggest in the world. That's the pride of Africa. I must commend the Dangote group. And with what is happening today between the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, we all agree that international communities are knocking the doors of Nigeria. And you cannot be energy independent nation if you cannot refine your own hydrocarbon product. And today, Nigeria, we have capacity not just to refine for our local consumption, we also have capacity to refine for international market, which is also commendable. Being the Oil and Gas Resources Authority, the board has mentioned energy transition. We are also aligned with the global energy transition. We have already encouraged and attracted investments that are more environmentally friendly in nature. As it is, we are able to attract an investment of over $7.6 billion to develop 420,000 metric tons of green and blue hydrogen. At completion, this project will turn Nigeria into the center for green and hydrogen in the whole of Africa. I think it's commendable. And commending Dangote groups and other investors, I assure you, our investors and our licensees, that this administration is committed to support, encourage, and protect your investment jealously. We will do everything possible to ensure that you grow, you expand, you create jobs in our system. We are not just attracting investment, we ensure that we have what we call investment retention. Based on what we are doing, our investors are very confident and are happy to commit more resources in our system. APM Terminals, who is our licensee, recently upgraded their facility with over $150 million. And going by the global benchmarking of 2.5 jobs per TU, the facility alone has the capacity to add 125,000 jobs into our system. I think this is commendable. And also here in Lagos, we have a local investor, a Nigerian businessman who has established a lubricant plant with the capacity to produce 240 million liters of lubricant per annum. That's the best type lubricant plant here in Lagos. It's a world-class facility that has employed thousands of Nigerians, and it is for both import and export. And if we support export, we also help to stabilize the forex market. And recently, we are also able to attract an investment of 50,000 metric tons LPG facility in our oil and gas zones by next gas producing for both export purposes and for domestic use. This will go a long way in supporting the cooking project of this administration, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and also a 20,000 metric tons of LPG facility in oil and gas zones authority. And we cannot develop without energy. There is one of our investor in Liberty Oil and Gas in Akwa Ibom State that is already developing 3,000 megawatts of electricity in Oyo State, which is also commendable. And Nigeria, for us to develop, we need not less than 12. We told us we need less than 100 gigawatts of electricity. That is about 100,000 megawatts with our size of population. So, in terms of solar, the sunlight that we have, its intensity is enough to give us any amount of solar energy that we require. So we do everything humanly possible to attract investment that are clean, that are environmentally friendly, so that we will also contribute our own quota in helping to fight the effect of the climate change. So at this juncture, I congratulate the President, the Council members, and Mr. Chairman for doing a wonderful job. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Bamanga Usman Jada, the Managing Director and CEO of Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, stating how they partner with the industry to help energy growth and development. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you, thank you. Mr. President, if you can please join me on stage now. President, please join me on stage. We'll pause from the sponsors' remark and present plaques of appreciation. By the way, all of our sponsors will get, if you can come. No, I think this will be fine. Please stay. Want to say to our keynote speaker, Mr. Bird, please. This is for being our keynote speaker at the 19th conference. Wait, round of applause one more time. Thank you very much. Thank you. And of course, our chairman, so I will have one for you as well. Thank you very much, Professor Abati, GOON. There is a bag that's Mrs. Eke, can we get the bag to Mr. Bird for his plaque? There's a bag it's going to. So for our sponsors, you're getting yours in the evening. You're all the ones who are speaking now. Our sponsors, the other panel members will get theirs during their panel. But for now, this two, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now because of time, we will break the sponsors' remarks. We will take some now. We have taken some already, and then we'll take some before we start the next panel session and before the next panel session. We'll just spread them out like that. But let's throw in, one or two more sponsors' remark now. And this time, I'm going over to ECN. ECN, of course, is Energy Commission of Nigeria. Dr. Mustafa Abdullahi is the DG, but representing him here, I'd like to welcome Engineer Olu Felix, the Director in charge of Electricity and Fossil Fuels Department. Please, a round of applause for ECN as one of our sponsors. 3 minutes is the time. Kindly. We'll go on lunch shortly. We'll return from lunch into our first plenary for today. ECN, please.
The President of the NAEE, the Chairman of today's occasion, distinguished guests here present, ladies and gentlemen. My DG, Dr. Mustafa Abdullahi, really wanted to be here in person, but some of us that know him, you probably will be aware that he recently got some greater assignment from Mr. President, and that made him to have to pay more attention to that assignment that needs to be handled more urgently. So he has asked me to bring his goodwill message. Definitely, the Energy Commission has also supported this program, and The commission, in addition to that, has also sponsored a number of our staff to be part of this program. Recently, a team of the local organizing committee paid a visit to the Energy Commission, and we were happy that the relationship that has been between the Energy Commission and the NAEE over the years has now been renewed. And he has asked me to promise that anywhere the Energy Commission needs to support the association, definitely we will be available to support in every way that we can. The Energy Commission of Nigeria, as a policy agency of government, has been paying much attention to the recent priorities of government. We will remember that Mr. President made a promise when he was coming in that he wants to provide Nigeria electricity. And for that reason, the Energy Commission has been tasked with an assignment to provide a quick, low-hanging fruit solution to Nigerians in the interim while our national grid is being developed, the better. And that is what we call the Renewed Hope Solarization Project. The Renewed Hope Solarization Project is providing a minimum of 2 megawatts for every federal university in Nigeria, as well as minimum of 2 megawatts for every tertiary health institution in Nigeria. The project has actually taken off. In fact, last week, the part of that project that is meant for the BUK, that is Bayero University, Kano, was recently, the groundbreaking ceremony was held last week, and the program is continuing. This is one of the ways that the Energy Commission is addressing the energy mix, which is the real key to providing sustainable energy development for Nigeria. And in partnership with all the stakeholders as well as the NAEE, the Energy Commission, as much as possible, will deploy all its capacities to work together with everyone to ensure that Mr. President is able to fulfill his promise to Nigerians. So, Mr. Chairman, as well as President, on behalf of my DG, I want to congratulate you for hosting this beautiful program, and I wish everybody great deliberation and fruitful results, even at the end of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Engineer Lou Felix. We will pause the sponsors' remarks at this time. I'm told that lunch is getting cold. We wouldn't want that. Now, before we go to lunch, 2 things will happen. I will invite the chairman of the LOC for a vote of thanks to formally close this opening ceremony, and then a family photo will follow, a family photo of course, our chairman, our keynote speaker, our president, our past president, and that's some of our key sponsors who are in the room. We'll take that family photo and then we'll proceed to have lunch. But for now, let me welcome Lady Priscilla Ekpiri, PhD, block chairman, to please do the vote of thanks. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Please permit me to stand the established protocols. I'm here to give vote of thanks for the 19th NAEE International Conference. I want to thank the Almighty God first, who made this conference to be a reality today. Before I go into the list of our sponsors, I want to emphasize that the 19th IAEE Annual International Conference is standing before you today. Remarkable because remarkable organizations chose to invest in Africa's energy future. To every sponsor and partner who made this conference possible, your support is not lost in us. It is seen, it is valued, and it is deeply appreciated. You did not just fund an event, you funded ideas, you funded conversations that will shape policy. You funded the next generation of energy economies and the decisions that will power this continent for decades to come. On behalf of Nigerian Association for Energy Economies, Council, our international partners, IAEE, every delegate here in this hall, we say a very profound thank you. You are not just sponsors of this conference, you are co-authors of Africa Energy Story. I will not close this vote of thanks without listing our sponsors. I cannot forget the grand sponsor of this conference, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, where I also belong, heavily led by the acting ED, Economic Regulations and Strategic Planning Directorate, who represented the CE, Authority Chief Executive Dr. Olasupo Aboje, and other dignitaries here. I appreciate you all. I also want to thank the PTDF. PTDF has been our sponsors, platinum sponsor of NAEE conferences over the years. We recall that over these past 10 years, our conferences have been held in PTDF building. PTDF, I appreciate you for your continued support for NAEE. Also, cannot forget NUPRC, another pillar of support for NAEE. Energy Commission, we appreciate you. We are happy that you mentioned that the partnership with NAEE has been renewed. We saw it in this conference. We appreciate you. We also want to thank CBN. CBN, we appreciate you. You have been our partners in the past, and thank you for renewing that partnership in this conference. We cannot forget Niger Delta Power Holding Company of Nigeria. We appreciate you too. You have been a supporter of NAEE. PCNGI and EV, our chairman has left. We cannot explain the big logistic support that PCNGI has given us. Gave us 10 vehicles for movement for this conference. We appreciate PCNGI. We also thank the Oil and Gas Free Zone Authority. DG, we are grateful for coming here to listen with your team. We are happy for this partnership. We thank also NERC, that's the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission. We appreciate you too for the support. You have been our partners over the years. Tenor Energy, Tenor could not make it, but Tenor has always been there with us. Tenor Energy Resources Limited. Also, Energy Learning Solutions, we appreciate you. AFCOT, all the way from Canada, we appreciate you. AFCOT MD Dr. Joshua Gogo is here in person. Thank you for this support. We also thank the Radar Media Company, the Radar Media Company MD, Dr. Obe Modi. Oh, we appreciate you, ma. We appreciate Libra Images, GE Tech Timing and Control System, also from Canada. Thank you to Miman. Miman has shown a solid support for NAEE. Our press conference was held in their office 2 days ago, and they are in person to exhibit and showcase what they do. We appreciate Major Energy Marketers Association of Nigeria. Thank you very much. We thank also CIPA, the partner, this institutional partner of NAEE, the director and the team, we appreciate you, sir. We also appreciate Noxi. Noxi was here. We appreciate you all. We look forward to seeing you at the dinner. During the dinner, we will present our award for sponsors. Thank you very much. I cannot forget the council, the president and council for all the support for this conference, the chairman, keynote speaker, the distinguished guests of honor, which we are told that is on the way, Chief Tony Elmelu. Not forgetting the chief host, the governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by Commissioner of Energy Resources. Thank you and appreciate you coming in person. The civic center, the venue, we are grateful. The LLC, all the team, some teams, you are all wonderful. Thank you very much. The media, I cannot forget to. Security, all our vendors. In fact, if you sit out here, without you, the conference will not have been holding now. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you very much, Lady Priscilla Eke, PhD, LOC. I'm not doing Q&A. Say again. No. Wait. Whatever you want to say to me when I come down, I'm not doing Q&A. Thank you. Whatever it is, when I come down, let's talk. Whatever it is, when I come down, let's talk. But for now, NMDP is a sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our national oil company sponsors of this event as well. Happy? If I go and find out your check have not cleared, you're in soup. Because whatever you did this year, President, whatever they did this year, PC will double next year. Agree? Don't tell Ogabayo, people. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, can I ask our chairman now to please step forward over the pictures? President Makino Papa, please, Your Excellency, Dr. Mavayo, please come this way, sir. Ogajada, please come. Can I get Ace, please come. Can I get what is our past presidents in the room? Past presidents, please, sirs, join the picture. Our past presidents in the room, please. Our past presidents, please. Our past presidents, please join the picture. Our past presidents. Now, after this picture, past presidents, after this picture, I will urge the 2026 fellow honorees to join. Sir, please join the picture. And after that, the final call I would ask to join will be one rep each of the sponsoring company who is not here. One rep each. That is after the. Do you have this? Do you have this shot? Yeah, let's. Can I get a handheld mic? Guys, can I get a handheld mic? Technically, give me a handheld mic. Moribund. Where Professor Yinka Moribund? Okay, here she comes. Please allow Professor Moribund to come through. Thank you. All right. Okay, fantastic. So I would like the honorees for 2025 fellowship to please join now. Honorees, Ogachi, please join the picture now. Those who are in the room. Can you make this sound better, guys? Now, amicable. If I put some people on up here, will the picture work? Okay, fine. Can I get one rep from the sponsoring companies now? From the sponsoring companies, if you know your company is not here, you are a sponsor that has spoken or will speak. One rep, just one. Come for PTDF. Can I get someone from PTDF? Please come. ECN, one rep from the sponsoring companies. One rep. You can come up this way. Come up. Please go. Come up. As you come, one rep from the sponsoring company each. One rep. Please come up. Use the stairs. Stand behind there. Now, following this, lunch will be served. Lunch for distinguished delegates is on the waterfront, ground floor, waterfront. That's where your lunch is served. For VIPs, your lunch is served where your tea was served. For distinguished delegates, your lunch is served on the ground floor by the waterfront. We want you to enjoy the cool sea breeze, the big digestion. So that's where you're having your lunch, and we will see you back here. Wow. Please be back at 3 p.m. We'll take the two sessions back to back in quick successions. I'm appealing to the moderators that we would really manage time for those panel sessions. Please be back at 3 p.m. Take care of your personal belongings. Lunch is served. See you at 3 p.m. See you at 3 p.m. What can the righteous? Please proceed to launch. We're coming back at 3 p.m. Please proceed to launch. Take care of your personal belongings. Launch. We're back at 3 p.m. We're back at 3 p.m. We're back at 3 p.m. Please proceed to launch. Take care of your personal belongings. Please proceed to launch. Exactly 3 o'clock. We're going to close the dining area at exactly 3 o'clock. Just so you know, at exactly 3 o'clock. We're back here at 3. Isn't it?
illness. Doctors smoke cannabis. Doctors they make up what that is. Make me feel like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some fine melodies. Oh, mom himself, not two deeds. So many things inside the machine. Slide down, DBT, DBT. Morning. Yeah, morning. Ah. Ah. Nice to see you every day. The black thing, courage, the clear. I know, we should go, let it go. I got you, I want. Yo, my shit is tight, we should be. See you. Yeah. Them like me, them fire catapult of envy. And throw us from our jealousy. Study our progress. We cannot be put asunder. Them like me, them fire catapult of envy. And throw us from our jealousy. Study our progress. We cannot stop our love. Find myself, even though I'm still yes, they find me. I want to make you like no why you love me. Tell me why. Friends telling you to just say no, baby, no answer for love.
get is wild thoughts. Wow, wow, wow. When I'm with you, all I get is wild thoughts. Open over for the tag. You know this cookie's for the bag. Kitty, kitty, baby, get her things to rest. Cause you don't treat it like the 68 Jets. Oh, diamonds are nothing when I'm rocking with you. Diamonds are nothing when I'm shining with you. Just keep it white and black as if I'm your sister. I'm too hip to hop around town to hit with you. I know I get wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 lost. Wow, wow, wow. When I'm with you, all I get is wow. Wow, wow, wow. When I'm with you, all I get is wow.
Baby, please don't make me choose between you and my goals. I'm already go for you. In case we end up well, and we have a beautiful baby girl, she gon' fight like you. Because I need you well, yeah, you never do. I'll be gentle. I cannot do for you as long as it is for you. It's good. I cannot do for you as long as it is for you. Yeah. It's good. But I gave you my baby, it's mommy, my darling. But I gave you my baby, it's mommy, my darling. But I gave you my baby, it's mommy, my darling. But I gave you my baby, baby, you got me talking shit. Believe me, I know I'm got feelings. I'm falling for you, oh baby. Catch me if you can, oh baby. In case we end up well, and we have a beautiful baby girl, she gon' fight at you. Because I need you well. You never do this. I'll be gentle. Your baby cannot do. It's Jeff from Rap Loaded the car. Divine get price, I let go. Girl, I love you dearly. Love your boy, my baby, surely. All my baby. Tell her I need a more. I beg you, call my baby. All my baby. Tell her I need a more. I beg you, call my baby. My love for you, it's not a mistake. Oh. Forever we go there, so we no go divorce. Oh. Me malo beja, take a best on shy. Makachuku, you go keep passing. My ATM, take my pin. This is a go in passing. Anything when you need, let me know. And I'm money you want. Then I Gucci you need. Let's go to London. Money not be issue. If the money you want. Then I Gucci you need. Let's go to London. Money not be issue. I think not be issue. It be you and it bust my brain, no. You're gonna die if I don't see, baby. Every night when I Trap Star season, it's your boy Travis D, and I'm chilling with DJ KB. Yeah, we that deal sound seals. Even from the onset, and girl, I got to be honest. I know if you thought you got your concept, but when them did not you they confess. So, I wanna day beside you. I know go place another girl aside you. You know, say that your body energize me. The way you move your body, they entice me. Yeah. You know, say nobody be contest, so I'm like, come on, yeah. You know, say nobody be match us. I wanna be there. Anytime we call, I mean, shawty, I go undone, and I go be a dog. No one make it be my baby, mama. Anytime we call, I mean, shawty, I go undone. If you want like go so. You get your money for you, I need to be for me. I go see your doctor. If you want like go so.
Self-joke, what? Self-joke.
Right. Thank you very much, Technical. Welcome back, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from the lunch break. While waiting for the participants of the concurrent session to round off what they were doing, we lost a bit of time this morning. I will appeal to them, seeing that every part of the venue is set for today. I will appeal to them that tomorrow, please, once it's time to end the concurrent sessions, end it and come up for the plenary sessions. The hour we lost at the beginning to the concurrent sessions is what is really affecting our time right now. We want to carry on nonetheless. Engineer Gbite Falade, we'll see you, sir. Chairman IPPG, good afternoon to you. We've since been joined by the representative of the governor of Edo State to this event, the Honorable Commissioner for Power. Okay, he's here in his own capacity. All right, fantastic. He's here in his own capacity as the Honorable Commissioner for Power, Edo State. I'd like to acknowledge Paul Ehigie Usembo Esquire. Please give him a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us, Honorable Commissioner. Please, as you're in the room, kindly take your seats. You can move forward if you prefer to seats from the second row. Let's form a quorum and get this plenary session started. As I said before we went on the break, that we will be taking one or two goodwill messages before we get into the panel proper. And our panel this afternoon, the first of two today, we'll be looking at financing African energy. It was our chairman of conference who made reference to the Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, and of course, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, and how the Ethiopians were able to raise funds to deliver that project. There's also the Africa Energy Bank that is championed by Apple and Afrexim Bank. Thankfully, the man who led Apple to champion that cause is here on this panel as well. So we're talking financing African energy policy, technology, and innovation. We'll have a panel of seasoned experts. And our moderator is also someone who has been able to assess funds in taking power into hinterlands in Edo State, places where hitherto power cables were not seen in these communities before the emergence of her company in those areas. So we'll have a group of people who have either assessed fund for energy projects or has helped other entities assess fund. They'll be talking to us about financing African energy. Before we get into that, let me take a number of one or two, not a number, just maybe one or two for now, goodwill messages. In her thank you remarks earlier, the local organizing committee chairman was quite elaborate in her appreciation of all the sponsors who have supported this event. And one of those sponsors that she gave that credit to is the Central Bank of Nigeria. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria's deputy governor in charge of economic policy, that's Dr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, is not able to join us, but a rep of his is here this afternoon. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Ezra Kuri to please give us some remarks by way of our sponsor. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Kuri.
Thank you very much. I hope the race to 2 minutes is still on. Okay, I'll try. Yeah, I thank you very much for the opportunity, Chairman. I want to work on existing protocol in view of time, but that should not stop me from recognizing distinguished people that are here, the president of NAEE, leaders in the oil and gas industry, distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen. The DG Economic Policy, Dr. Mohammed Sani, is unable to be here personally, but has given me the privilege to not only read his goodwill message, but also an opportunity to attend this event for the very first time. And I do appreciate that. And having observed what has happened today, I wish I had joined this association a long time ago. And I think I've come to stay. And from today, I'm going to be part of this association. Yeah. So I will just quickly read the DG's message. He said, it is with great honor and profound sense of shared purpose that I extend warm greetings to the 19th NAEE Annual International Conference. I wish to commend the leadership of NAEE for the vision and dedication organizing this remarkable event. I'm also highly delighted to present this good message at this special occasion that is highly significant to Nigeria and the African continent, given the abundance of energy potential in the continent. The Central Bank of Nigeria proudly commends this initiative for convening leading energy experts, economists, policymakers from across Africa to chart innovative pathways towards a sustainable energy mix for the continent. The theme, Evolution of Energy Mix in Africa, the role of technology, economics, and public policy, comes at a pivotal moment for Africa's energy future. Across the continent, the evolution of our energy mix is no longer a distant aspiration. It is an urgent, ongoing transformation shaped by necessity, innovation, and collective ambition. Technology is at the forefront of this shift. Breakthroughs in renewable energy, energy storage, and digital infrastructure are redefining what is possible. Distributed solar solutions, smart grids, and data-driven energy management systems are not only expanding access, but also enhancing efficiency and resilience across both urban and rural communities. However, technology alone cannot drive this transition. The economics of energy remains a decisive factor. Encouragingly, the cost of renewable energy continues to decline, improving its competitiveness. Yet, significant financial gaps persist. Breaching these gaps will require innovative financial instruments, stronger public-private partnerships, and a deliberate effort to de-risk investment in emerging and frontier markets. Public policy, in turn, provides the foundation upon which both technology and economies can thrive. Stable regulatory frameworks, transparent governance, and forward-looking energy policies are essential to attracting long-term investments. Sorry. Sorry, technology is giving us problem. Okay, let me just take that point again. Public policy, in turn, provides the foundation upon which both technology and economies can strive. Stable regulatory frameworks, transparent governance, and forward-looking energy policies are essential to attract long-term investment and fostering innovation. Equally important is ensuring that The transition is inclusive, creating jobs, supporting local industries, and delivering affordable energy to all segments of the society. As a monetary authority, we recognize the critical role of financial systems in enabling its transformation. By promoting sustainable finance, strengthening green investment frameworks, and supporting macroeconomic stability, we aim to create an environment where innovation and capital can flow towards impactful energy solutions. Africa stands at a unique crossroad. With abundant renewable resources and green population, we have the opportunity to leapfrog traditional energy pathways and building a cleaner, more sustainable future. Realizing this vision will depend on collaboration across governments, financial institutions, the private sector, and the global community. I commend the organizers of this conference for convening such an important dialogue, and I encourage the participants to engage boldly, think creatively, and act decisively. I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much. Deputy Governor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Ezra Kuri is representing the Deputy Governor from the Central Bank as one of our sponsors. That's the CBN. Please give the CBN another round of applause. Thank you. Okay, before we get the panel going, let's listen to the Honorable Commissioner in charge of power for Edo State. Please welcome Paul Ehigie Osembo, Esquire.
I would love to stand on existing protocol. It's with great pleasure that I extend my warmest goodwill to the leadership, organizers, and participants of this 19th NAEE Annual International Conference, themed Evolution of Energy Mix in Africa. The role of technology, economics, and public policy. This conference comes at a critical time when Africa stands at the crossroad of energy transition, economic growth, and sustainable development. The focus of innovation, policy direction, and academic frameworks is both timely and essential for shaping a resilient and diversified energy future for the continent. I commend the Nigerian Association for Energy Economics and the International Association of Energy Economics for the unwavering commitment to fostering dialogue, knowledge exchange, and strategic collaboration among stakeholders in the energy sector. Platforms such as this plays a pivotal role in driving solutions that will enhance energy security, promote renewable integration, and support inclusiveness. As you engage in insightful discussions over the course of this conference, I'm confident that the outcomes will contribute meaningfully to policy formulation and the advancement of sustainable energy systems. I wish you all a productive and impactful conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's jump right into it. The panel that is would, as time permits us, take some more sponsors' remarks along the way today. And of course, tomorrow, let's begin our panel conversations by welcoming first off the man who, as I said earlier, triggered the partnership and conversations that has led to Africa Energy Bank. Please welcome His Excellency Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim, FNAEE. And the African Chairman for World Energy Council. So that way, the middle seat that way, the middle seat that way. For those who do not know, is the immediate past Secretary General of Apple. An office, yes. An office he's so elevated that Apple has not only become well recognized across the continent, but has become a strategic partner globally for African oil and gas. Thank you. Joining him, I'd like to welcome the founder and chief executive officer of First Electric and board member of AMDA. Please welcome Daniel Komolafe. Daniel, you're welcome to your seats on the podium. Daniel, you'll be seated to his left. I'd like to welcome the managing director of Entech Integrated Resources Limited, Dr. Felix Amiofori. He's on our panel. No, this way, Daniel. This way, yes. Thank you very much. No, you're coming here. All right. Completing the list is from Jutech, Autonomous Data and Intelligence Control Systems. Please welcome Dr. Joshua Gogo. Dr. Gogo, you're welcome. The middle seat right there. Yes, that one. Yes. Whoever you are speaking behind my screen, I can hear you. Please. Please, can someone tell him? Whoever you are speaking behind my screen, we can hear you. Please. Thank you. All right. When some communities shout up NEPA, is her company's name they mentioned. But most importantly, she's our immediate past president of NAEE. Please welcome Professor Yinka Morogwe, SAN FNAEE. She's our moderator.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'll stand on the existing protocols of the morning and welcome you all to this, well, for me, I consider this to be a very pivotal, very critical topic and one of great interest, not just to me, but to Africa, because finance underpins everything. So today we're talking about financing African energy, policy, technology, and innovation. This topic came to my mind when I started teaching a course on African energy law to top-level executives in Ethiopia, in one of the Ethiopian regulatory bodies. I am teaching African law and policy online. And in the course of that, you have to keep current and you have to know what's happening. And in my case, Ethiopia is non-oil. So it wasn't one that had been my focus. So in the course of doing that, you now think in terms of transnational issues. You think in terms of African economic integration, which is very dear to my heart. You think in terms of the different associations that bind us together. And then, of course, you think in terms of how you can finance what is most important to you, what is critically important. And energy is critically important, but we don't realize it. And that is why I keep on sounding like a broken record in this area. And in the course of doing this work, I came across, first, I think the Ethiopians are remarkable people, old culture, fantastic in many ways. I came across GERD, G-E-R-D. And if you see the little synopsis to this particular session, you'll see I mentioned it. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. I looked at it, I looked at its history, and I saw that this particular dam was one that the Ethiopians wanted and knew was vital to their survival. But there were so many issues there, competing water claims. I won't go into the different issues. And the West was incredibly reluctant. In fact, had refused flat to finance it. So what did the Ethiopians do? They went and they financed it themselves. $5 billion was financed 100% by Ethiopian money. There's some other money somewhere, Chinese, but that is more distribution network. They did $5 billion by themselves, and that set me really thinking. And of course, the background of this is a keynote speaker who I'm going to mention soon, who had come to realize very much that at the end of the day, what Africa needs is going to be financed by Africa money, Africa strategy, Africa activity. And he had started to really say this when he was Secretary General of APO. He was very clear in these different areas, and we're honored that he had come to talk to us before. So we have these two as examples, but these are just the starting point. The truth is that financing African energy is going to be something that is driven by Africa. So what are we going to do? How are we going to go about it? And that is what we're talking about for a few minutes. And I have a really stellar group of people that are going to discuss this. So first of all, I have the gentleman I have mentioned already, His Excellency Omar Farouk, who is the former Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization. But fish has no hiding place. So he was not able to just go and rest like that at all. So he's also the regional chair for Africa of the World Energy Council, which is the world's oldest independent non-governmental organization, established in 1923, headquartered in London. He's had this since 2022, so he has continued doing that. He's worked in different areas. He has worked with 4 successive ministers for petroleum resources for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He's represented Nigeria at different fora. He was Nigeria's governor to OPEC 2015 to 2020. And at a time, in the early days, between 2010 and 2014, he was general manager and group general manager in NNPC. But as well, and Dr. Farouk, I didn't see it here when you sent it, but you were the head of the PR. Okay, you were there, head of the PR at OPEC, the executive editor of the OPEC Energy Review, because that is where I met him. We didn't meet virtually in those days. That's where I first met him on paper when reading, before I was honored to meet him. So you're really welcome to be here. Thank you very much. Next to him, we have Daniel Komolafe here. Daniel Komolafe is a board member of the African Mini-Grid Developers Association. He is also the CEO and founder of First Electric, which is a major mini-grid solar energy operator in Nigeria. And he has had a lot of experience in this area. He has had a varied experience, and he also has his own word on financing. At the end of the day, you see, we have a heavily hydrocarbon person and a heavily renewable person, but money is at the root of all things. And if you don't say what you want to spend money on, the person who has the money will dictate it to you. So please let us welcome him. Thank you. And then, of course, we have Dr. Felix Samuel Fori, and I hope I got it correctly. Thank you. He's our old friend, and if you've been coming here, you will see that he's been with us for a long time. He has a strong academic hat on him as well, but he's solidly in the industry. He's the MD and CEO of MTech Integrated Resources Limited. He has 36 years plus experience in the industry. He's also an adjunct professor for FUPRE, Federal University of Petroleum Resources. And he's also a professor and a member for the Nigeria-Africa Postgraduate Research Committee of Bullsbridge University of the Dominican Republic. So that's interesting. You are teaching transcontinentally, so we're going to hear very much from him. Thank you so much. Please let us welcome him. Thank you. And we have Dr. Joshua Gogo, who is an economist, a political risk analyst, an energy system strategist, and he has a CFA. He's the founder and principal of AFCOAT Risk Advisory and Strategic Solutions. And he's also an author and a person who definitely has innovative comments and suggestions in this area. So thank you so much for coming to enrich our program. I would like to start off with His Excellency, Dr. Farouk. I would invite you to speak for some minutes. You are our keynote speaker, and then the rest of us will contribute as we are led, or as you are led by my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Omarogwe. And I want to thank the organizers of this event for the invitation. I want to believe, and I think you've said it already, I was invited to speak on this topic essentially because I was at Apple, and I want to believe that I also have advised 4 successive ministers of petroleum of Nigeria and OPEC and so on. For these reasons, what I'm going to do is more like the story of the Africa Energy Bank from the practical way we say. I want to avoid the literal, theoretical, what people say about challenges of funding Africa, etc. We all know that. How did we go about starting the Africa Energy Bank? Sorry, Doctor, and why? Yes. The story is this. In 2020, as Secretary General of Apple, I received a request from the Minister of Congo. Please, Apple should help us conduct a study on the COVID-19 and its impact on our economy. I read it. At that time, I was literally the only staff of Apple because there was a major shakeup and everybody was asked to go. I was appointed to restart Apple to Apple. Within 2 weeks, another letter came from Equatorial Guinea. And I quickly called the president. I said, look, we need an extraordinary meeting of the Apple Ministerial Council because I was sure more letters were going to come. And at meeting, I said, look, I don't have the resources to do this. I can write something, but I think this is a serious study that needs to be done. But if you want my opinion, honorable ministers, the challenge of the oil and gas industry in Africa is not COVID-19. COVID-19 is a global challenge. Let the world take care of it. The challenge for the oil and gas industry in Africa is the energy transition. I think what we need to do is to conduct a major study on the impact of the energy transition on Africa's oil and gas industry, or the future of the African oil and gas industry in the light of the energy transition. The ministers are briefed, and we invited one of the top 3 global consultancy firms to help us do the study. And when they did, they identified 3 key challenges or imminent challenges for the oil and gas industry in Africa. Financing was number 1, technology was number 2, and market was number 3. And in their recommendation, which they submitted a draft, looked at it and I said, look, we didn't pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars to come and submit to me what I was teaching in Bayero University 15, 20 years ago. I mean, I can do that. I want something different. Basically, what they were telling us was, we need the classic. You have to liberalize your economy, give more rooms for people to be able to take their money in and out, tax holidays. And I said, no, we've done this for the last 60 years. It hasn't taken us anywhere. I want some original thinking. If we agree that the energy transition is a product of a paradigm shift in oil and gas sourcing, then when you are giving me a solution, I also want a new paradigm shift. For whatever reason, either because they don't understand, but in my opinion, more because they can't afford to be seen to take that radical step away from the traditional ways these countries have been teaching us to do things. They said they can't write that report. And I said, leave their job. And they did the study, but we did our own recommendation to the Ministerial Council. And our position was that we have to begin to source our funding from Africa. We don't believe that Africa is that poor. And that was the beginning. As Apple, we are not a bank. We don't know how to manage finance that big anyway. So my team started working with Afrexim Bank. They reached a point and I said, look, I need to meet the president of Afrexim Bank. Put a call through and we agreed to meet in Cote d'Ivoire. I wanted to know because Afrexim Bank was an offshoot of Africa Development Bank. And if you can remember, when Adesina finished his first term, he had a serious challenge getting a second term because the Americans would not want him to do it because he was fighting for the African cause. And I said, if Afrexim Bank is like that, then we are not going to partner with them. We had our meeting in Abidjan, and within the first 30 minutes, I told Professor Orama, I don't think this meeting should continue. He said, what do you mean? I said, I'm convinced you mean well for Africa, and I want us to do the partnership. I came out, I picked my phone, I called the president of Apple, the minister of Angola, and I said, I need to come and see you. He said, take the next flight. I came, we sat down, and I said, this is my discussion with Afrexim Bank. We need their expertise, we need their support, we need to work together on this. And he said, you have my go ahead, go and continue this discussion. I said, no, Mr. President, you don't have the power to tell me this. You have to invite the Ministerial Council to pass a resolution to empower us to do this. And he said, SG, I said, Excellency, do you believe in this project? I said, yes. Go and do it. Leave me with the ministers. And within 2 weeks, he called an extraordinary meeting of the Ministerial Council, and the rest is history. In that meeting, they asked us to sign an MOU at Afrexim Bank. And before long, we had gotten to where we are. We've been able to do the establishment agreement, the charter, and more importantly, we've passed that stage. Now, today, we have an international treaty establishing the Africa Energy Bank. We have a headquarters. On the 2nd of February, Nigeria formally handed over the headquarters to APO and Afrexim Bank. At that event, Nigeria had told the world that if APO is not able to raise the balance of about 18% of what we need to start the bank in terms of the equity capital of the bank, Nigeria was going to pay. And I'm pleased to say that as at last week, we have moved from 82% to 91%. NMPC and NCDMB are to make up the difference. And 2 Fridays ago, NMPC board approved, and it's just a matter of routine. We want to make sure that this bank gets started at the latest within the 3rd quarter of this year. Now, I want to say, looking at policy, technology, and so on, one of the biggest challenges we have on the African continent really is lack of confidence in ourselves, particularly at the leadership level. And give you 2 anecdotes. In the course of raising funds for Africa Energy Bank, we went to a country, and I don't want to mention names. Madam Professor, we went to see the Prime Minister. He was very receptive. When we finished, he said, have you seen the Minister of Finance? I said, no, Excellency. He got them to call the Minister of Finance, and he said, the Secretary General of APO and his team are coming. Please receive them. And he arranged, we went to see the minister. The Minister of Petroleum said she wasn't going to go. I didn't know why, but we went. The guy received us. Within 10 minutes, I just closed my file, and I didn't want the conversation to continue. What happened? The first question he asked me is, SG, I said, yes, when did you get into this city? I said 3 days ago. Okay. Have you gone round? I said, yes. What's your impression? I said, I was here 2 years ago, but before then I was here about 15 years ago, and I can see tremendous improvement in terms of infrastructure, etc. Then he said, everything you have said about Africa being independent, raising our own money, do you really mean it? And I said, excuse me. He said, do you realize that all these developments you mentioned, if not for the French, we wouldn't have gotten them? So stop daydreaming. Africa cannot reach there. We are just, like I said, as soon as he said that, I looked at my colleagues. I just folded my laptop. I didn't want the conversation to continue. I allowed him to speak for another 10 minutes. Any comments? I said, no comments. I stood up and I said, that is it. This sent a terrible message to me, really, about, and there are 2, 3 such cases. But at the same time, I also mentioned how Diamantino, on getting to Luanda, because he was convinced, said, go ahead, forget the Ministerial Council. I've approved for you to go and do this, and I will make sure the ministers support us. When we came to Nigeria, and despite all that we say about Nigerians, we are very critical of ourselves. But believe me, Nigeria is tops when you go around Africa. Yes. Nigeria was the first country to say that, look, we are paying, and Nigeria was the first to pay. And today, Nigeria is the highest paying when it comes to the equity of the African Energy Bank. Both at the presidential level and the ministerial level, the kind of support Africa Energy Bank has received from Nigeria, you can't compare with any of the 17 other member countries of APO. So basically what I'm saying is, I have always believed that we cannot get out of the mess that Africa has found itself in today by sitting there to think that our salvation lies in the hands of others, Europe or America or anywhere. I have never believed that Africa is too poor to take its own destiny into its own hands. The sad thing is that for too long, we have been brainwashed into believing that we can't do without the West. We can't do without the developed countries. And even our educational system is geared towards indoctrinating in us that without them, you can't go anywhere. Policy-wise, this is what is happening. Technology is the same thing. After we have done the African Energy Bank, I then said the second thing is we cannot continue to rely on technologies that we cannot control. We instituted the Forum for Directors of Research, Development and Innovation in Upper member countries. In fact, last week, 18 member countries were in Abuja for a meeting on this. Again, you go to every African country. I'll give you another example. 3 years ago, we went to Cote d'Ivoire. There's this Hoford-Boigny Polytechnic of Oil and Gas. Very beautiful. A lot of things are there. We left and we came to Accra. Proudly, they took us to see a very beautiful building called the New Research in Oil and Gas Institute. When we finished, I went to see the Minister of Finance in connection with African Energy Bank money. And he said, SG, I said, yes. You saw that beautiful building? I said, yes. How does it compare? I said, compares favorably with the best I have seen in Africa. He said, but there's a problem. I said, what's the problem? You see it's empty. I said, yes. We are looking for so many millions to equip it. Then I said, Honorable Minister, 150 or 300 kilometers from here is Yamoussoukro. They have exactly this. Why do you want to duplicate this? Why don't you take a fraction of what you used to build this building, go to Cote d'Ivoire and tell them that, look, you have this. You take 500 students every year. Give us 200, keep 300. If you want to keep the 500, okay, increase it to 800. Let us be the ones, let's be co-owners. And then what you will have is a center of excellence. But you're pretending that you have a building, they have DS, and you go around all our member countries. Each of them has research institution in oil and gas. Each of them has training institutions in oil and gas, but none of them can be said to be truly a center of excellence because the resources required to get there, none of those countries can provide them. If, on the other hand, you come together and you say every region, we are going to have just one center of excellence, swallow your pride as a sovereign. We will be able to do all of this. The same thing with innovation. The last thing I want to say about innovation is when we talk about innovation, people talk about innovation in terms of technology, etc. That's important. But I think what is most important for Africa today in the oil and gas industry is to have innovative thinking. Think critically, question givens, so that you are able to have original solutions to your challenges and to your problems, not to rely on what you are given in books from countries that have put you where you are today. I think I'll leave this for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We have a big handful there. And I think what you touched about innovation is really talking about our mindset. Our mindset comes into everything here. What do we believe? What can we actually do? We need to be people who question everything, irrespective of what your discipline is. There's so much you have said. You've talked about control, but I think one thing you've done is underlie the fact that our future is in our own hands. So you find that Julius Caesar said, the fault lies not in the stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. When we get the truth of this fact, I think that that itself will help us. So thank you so much, Your Excellency, for setting the tone. And now I'm going to come to Daniel, who's going to talk about financing at a lower level, but still within the context of Africa, because you see, when you look at development, African development as a whole, you have to look at everybody from that person in the village. And what one will find is, because of the state of our energy, the state of our downstream, the state of our electricity, half the country has no electricity. And we look at India galloping ahead, we look at China galloping ahead, and we find that, oh, there are all these places, and hydrocarbons are not the ones that are going to lift them out of poverty at this early stage. There has to be financing for these people as well. I believe very much that there will be a merger, and I believe strongly in an energy mix. That is the only way, unless we're about to kill ourselves and take Western policies over and above us. So in alignment with that, Daniel is going to give his perspective from your industry. So tell us a little bit. I don't think people know what AMDA is and what AMDA is trying to do, and what your perspective is about financing, because right now in the mini-grid space, financing is all about what the West wants.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. It's an opportunity to be here. I'm very excited about that. And thank you, His Excellency, for your remarks. You will see that we're quite aligned, even if we're coming from various industries, the renewable energy industry, the hydrocarbon. Once I share my remarks, you will see that we converge quite nicely. So distinguished guests and respected colleagues, just let me take 5 minutes just to go through this speech. It's really an honor to be here today to talk about a very important topic: financing African energy policy, technology, and innovation. So today I stand in two capacities: one as the First Electric MD and CEO, an energy company on a mission to make sustainable energy accessible in the underserved communities around Nigeria, and also a board member of AMDA, African Mini-Grid Development Association, an alliance of mini-grid developers and partners. AMDA works to make mini-grid markets investable, scalable, and central to achieving universal energy access. It advances the policies of regulatory financing conditions required to make a sustainable market growth in the rural electrification communities. Today, AMDA has 67 members operating in 30 African countries. So let me start with a simple truth. Africa does not have an energy problem. Africa has a financing and execution problem. We have an abundant solar and natural gas resources. We have a young, dynamic population. We have access to proven technologies, whether homegrown or imported. Yet still more than 600 million Africans don't have access to electricity. The issue is not what to build, it is how to finance and deploy infrastructure at scale effectively. First, I'll talk about First Electric very quickly. First Electric, we work directly in unserved communities, in places where the national grid is absent or very unreliable, diesel is expensive and unsustainable, and economic activities are constrained by lack of power. But what we have seen over the last few years is very powerful. When energy arrives, businesses grow, incomes increase, and communities stabilize. Energy is not just infrastructure. Energy is economic transformation. However, delivering that transformation requires a new way of thinking about financing. Traditional financing models are not designed for African energy realities. Most capital available is short-term in nature, usually foreign currency denominated, and demands high collateral and guarantees. But energy access projects, like the ones we do, are long-term infrastructure plays, generate local currency revenues, and serve low-income but high-potential markets. And this mismatch is at the core of the challenge. We are beginning to see some solutions emerge. I'll talk about 3 of them very quickly and I'll round up. These solutions must be scaled. The first one I'll touch on is blended finance. By combining grants, concessional capital, and commercial debt, we are able to reduce risk and unlock private investment. At First Electric, our partnership with InfraCredit is a strong example of where local currency debt, long tenor, and risk guarantees has enabled infrastructure deployment at scale. Just last year, we unlocked a significant financing, and we're currently connecting 5,000 households within rural communities across Ondo State, Nasarawa State, and Gombe State. Another solution is decentralized energy models. The future of Africa energy is not centralized, it is distributed. Mini grids, mesh grids, embedded generation, these systems are faster to deploy and they are scalable. Thirdly, technology. Technology is not optional, it is foundational. Smart metering, digital payments, artificial intelligence, remote monitoring, these technological solutions improve revenue collection, reduce operational risk, and increase investor confidence. At scale, data becomes bankability. To truly unlock financing, 3 things must happen. Number 1, policy must enable and not delay. We need clear, stable regulatory frameworks, faster approvals, better alignment between state and federal actors. Investors truly need predictability to give them confidence. Number 2, local currency financing must scale. We cannot build Africa energy systems on a dollar-denominated risk. We need our local pension funds, local banks, development finance institutions to play a bigger role. And finally, aggregation for scale. Most times, single projects are too small and can be perceived as higher risk. We must bundle projects, standardize models, and create investable portfolios. This is how we unlock institutional capital. In closing, Africa does not need charity. Africa needs structural capital aligned with our realities. If we get financing right, infrastructure technology will scale, impact will multiply, and we'll move from an energy deficit to energy abundance and ultimately economic transformation. So as developers, policymakers, and investors in this room, we all have a role to play. Let's rise up to the challenge and create the Africa we desire to see. Thank you.
Thank you. So you see there's actually a merger, because when you're talking energy, there's some things that are clear. You've got to have enabling policies. And I think if we're talking about infrastructure, for example, we have to have a gas framework, for example, that works. We have to have a situation whereby we don't have stranded gas assets, or a situation whereby we have certain industries that are gasping for gas, let us say, or certain industries like the mainstream electricity that is gasping for money. So there are a lot of things we have to look at. So thank you very much for your perspective, the mini-grid perspective. You also touched on technology, and I think we have to think about that, because His Excellency talked about technology, the fact that we have to own it. Right now in the mini-grid space, it's becoming very clear that we do have to, because even the technology that controls the smart meters, it's Western held, and there are issues, deep issues as regards that right now. So our app developers who are brilliant need to come to our rescue. So thank you once more. Engineer Felix, you are a practitioner. You're right there raising money as well. Raising money in the hydrocarbons, I believe, as well. And we'd love to hear your perspective as somebody right inside.
Thank you so much. First, I need to thank His Excellency for the startup. I've actually been, personally, I was inducted into finance, even though I was petroleum engineer before, early in my career in the industry, where as far back as 95, on a joint venture with an NPC, sold risk, where we have to fund 100% with 40%, and then get paid in 15 months' time. So I was baptized into innovative financing model very early and began to see how, so for me, financing is learning. And because right now I'm in the finance space, I realize that there is, Africa actually do not have financial knowledge. If you just Google and see, and I wonder why it is so. If you look at you're talking about banks. Our banks are low capitalized. They cannot fund. If you look at capital markets globally, if you look at private equity markets globally, if you look at pension globally, look at the major funding environment. Africa is at 1%, at 2%. And so the question is, why is it so? Do we really know what all those mean? So my experience is that you need to have the knowledge of what finance is. I'm happy with what you said, aggregation. In the renewable financing, where Africa is, if you want to have fund communities, they will not be bankable. And so what I found out is that the challenge we have is bankability. Not that, I attended a conference way back, and the lady is a professor of finance, and she said, look, Felix and your team, listen, we have $4 trillion, but the challenge we have is that how to get bankability to transmit these funds. Because right now I'm in financing, project financing environment. Personally, some people that I come in contact with, I have to generate source documents to be able to meet these financing pools. And so it's one of the challenge, ability to put, because nobody's going to give you money. Nobody will give you money. But last night I was discussing with somebody on a real estate financing, and he said, Felix, listen, if the government, it's a government PPP project, he said, look, if the government is ready to solve the problem, they must understand the risk I am bringing the fund. Do they know the risk that I am carrying before they start negotiating this with us? So for me, we need financial education at all levels. We need to know how fund flows. We need to know who owns the fund, how can it pass from him to you. One thing I found out is that sometimes, and sometimes some of the people I've dealt with, they do not have audited financial statements. They don't have management accounts. They don't have corporate governance structure. In present-day financing for energy, especially for oil and gas, whether we deny it or not, energy transition has impacted the language, and so you have ESG. The ESG is a major, I had a work with a group in Angola, and the funding party sent to us about almost 10-page document to profile the ESG of the company in Angola. And by the time you go through that, I ask myself, wow. By the time you go through 10-page questionnaire of every aspect of the industry and every aspect of the company and every aspect of the country, to just fulfill an ESG requirement for funding, then I asked, are we really ready to attract those funds? So that is one area that I'm concerned with. Now for Africa, I've always viewed Africa in the lens of as a country. I had, you've forgotten, Madam, as a country, not as a continent.
Africa is
now,
a country.
I'll tell you why.
I actively fight people.
Yeah, I know.
Especially whites.
Yeah, I know why. Not whites. This is
Yeah.
purely, this is purely for development reasons. The thing is this, whether you like it or not, Africa is being seen as an entity. But we are being lied to that we are 54 countries. We are one people. I've had the opportunity of traveling to a few African countries, and I've seen their women, and I've seen their boys, and I've seen their wives, and I've seen their wealth, and I've seen their houses, and I've seen the way they reason. These are not Nigerians, but these are Africans, and we are exactly the same people. Now, when you look at the way we are being seen outside, Africa must become one. Now, I'm going to talk about the Agenda 2063. The 2063 agenda started 2013 to 2050, something for us to have 2063, 50 years. If you look at it, there is a program of unifying Africa. The African Energy Bank is part of the thinking. A lot of other things are part of thinking, a finance system. Whether we like it or not, today, DRC, Congo, today, Nigeria, people are going inside for our lithium. Ghana is trying to talk about starting a gold refinery. Africa, up till this morning, madam, is still a raw material exporting country. A raw material, and everybody, US is coming, China is coming, Russia is coming, everybody is coming because we cannot agree to process our energy sources and sell it out as a product instead of, and that's why Dangote refinery is a shift in all our thinking. So for me, when I said I see Africa as a country, is this: I have three countries that are in my mind. I have India, because I did a work on the 1 billion nation. So I have Africa, I have China, and I have India. So every time I monitor these three. Today, India was almost at 5 trillion GDP, and it just fell to 3.9. I monitor this almost every time. China is 21 trillion. Africa today, if you Google, our population is 1.57. We are now number 1, India number 2, China number 3. I monitor how GDP grows. China, I monitor their power systems, how they build electricity. I monitor India, how they do that. I said, okay, fine. If Africa is 1 billion, China is 1 billion, India is 1 billion, why can't we utilize our 1 billion? We are the youngest people on earth, 19, our median age is 19 years. So those are the things that my concept is this: why are we lying to ourselves? We cannot rely on these people. Today, we are into energy transition, renewable energy. Most of the resources, we have it. But what are we going to do? We're going to sell lithium as it is. We're going to sell everything to them, export it, then buy what? Solar panel, buy what? Battery, buy what? Cables, buy what? iPhone. People are happy. I've got iPhone. I had iPhone. I gave it out. I don't want to use iPhone anymore. So many things I don't want to use it because I think we can do it. I think we can do it. So my concept is this: Africa needs to come to the table as African. I like what His Excellency said. Why would you replicate if you can aggregate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's not Africa as a country. It is Africa economic integration, the integration of Africa so that we will be like the EU. And that is what Agenda 2063 is talking about, a plan of action. When you call us a country, you belittle us like the West does, and call us the same.
Okay, so
every white is not the same. Like every black is not the same.
No, Prof,
So
Prof, I agree with you. It's just
no
that,
problem.
No, Prof, as someone also who is now into academic, I just need to have some stylized facts to be able to do my analysis. Africa is a continent. it is. But these are all models you have to conjure to be able to compare apple for apple.
No, Dr. Felix, what I'll do is give you a lot of stuff on African economic integration and African integration. And then you will see that that's actually what you're talking about.
I know.
Sure. So it is terminology of international
it's my language.
law.
No, don't worry, I understand it.
We are saying we eat you up for that.
No. We are the same.
Not. Thank you. So, Dr. Gogo, I know you have some very innovative ideas to share in this area because, I mean, from what I've seen. So I would just let you go on and tell us what is your perspective. It's very clear that Africa must care for Africa.
Yeah.
We have to think in terms of the whole. So we have an energy market. African integration has a lot. There's an energy market plan, so much planned. But let me hear you. And you have been in the West for a long time. So it'd be great to know what your thinking is like.
Well, let me just say a bit about my background so you know where I'm coming from. Some people, depending on when they know, when they know me, they say I'm an engineering technology person with an economic side to me. And some people say I'm an economist with a technology and engineering background. It depends on when you know me. But I started off as an engineer in the oil industry, and then I became a computer scientist. And all that, at that point, just between computer science and engineering in the oil field, I worked in 9 countries on 4 continents. And one thing was clear to me. The industry is the same, but the experience of the industry is different across the countries. And that's where questions started coming to my mind. Why? How do you understand? That's when I went to read economics, because I thought economics, we used my already built analytical skills, but it will also educate me on the. When I got to economics, I realized that even how to understand the problems we have in Africa cannot be understood by Western economic models. Because fundamentally, there are certain root metaphors they use that we are still struggling. So assumptions as given, for instance, allocation, the allocation problem, which every economist knows. What should a society produce? By whom? In what quantity? And for whom? This is a classic allocation problem. But in the West, the answer is already given. Give it to the market, ISPs, the equilibrium we set, demand and supply, we balance, everybody goes home happy. If there are people who are mad at it, we do redistribution, we tax them and provide social services. But you see, the allocation problem in Nigeria is not settled. Why? Prof, I call your name. I know exactly where you came from. Your identity is locked to that geography. You cannot move it. A plot of land in your, a 10 by 10 meter plot of land in your village is worth more to you than 1 hectare of land in Abuja. There's a problem. It means that right there, we can commodify land, that we can put property right around it and exchange it, but we cannot commoditize it. That is, no 2 land are the same. Which means now you're beginning to see the problem of allocation and the resource sector. I read because I grew up in the Niger Delta, I was going, well, why are we having this? Can't we just all be happy and share this oil and move on? It turns out, no, the conflict is, the entire conflict literature, talking about innovation and just understanding our problem. That's where I'm coming from, because if we don't understand them, every solution is wrong. The conflict and resource problem.
But you must be talking about our topic.
Yes, that's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm coming from. So let me now come back to the end of it before I move forward to what we have done to understand these problems. So in economics, where I have specialize is therefore at the intersection of economics, public policy, politics, and public choice. That is where everything begins to be spaghetti making, because economic efficiency alone cannot give you a project. In the West, you can have the economics of the project makes sense. You get with finance. So coming to the finance, our problem is not the scarcity of financing. It's to answer the question, why can't we have the finance in the midst of abundant capital? And immediately it will take you back to the allocation problem. When you get to the allocation problem, you find out that you cannot tell a guy in a village to move out of his village so that you can drill an oil well, and then he doesn't have identity again.
Sorry,
because
which finance is abundant? The national finance, in country or international?
Everywhere, whether in country or international. Why? Because the risk.
When it's abundant, Dr. Felix has talked about how to get. He's also said it's abundant, but you have to comply with certain things, which incidentally, those of us in the renewables know. Where probably, I'm sure all those policies that nearly killed the people in hydrocarbons will not face Daniel and I, because we've had to do it from beginning. You can't start without audit. So tell me how, because
how it is abundant.
We don't have time to get off
Yes.
the topic.
How it is abundant.
So how do we get it?
To get it, we have to fix and properly price the risk. And one of the risks is the social risk. What is the social risk? Look at the energy industry. Social risk is managed as an operating problem, as a budget problem. When I was resolving your issue, I brought it as a social risk. When we face financial risk, when we face technological risk, we go to owners of financial capital, we go to owners of technological capital, and we put them at the table. But when we come to the social risk that are the residuals of the allocation problems, we say that it is a budget, an operation problem. So you cannot find social risk being managed at the top of the table, at the director's level. But when you go to the financing part and you say you want money to build a project, you encounter, they say, okay, you mentioned the villagers. The villagers own the social capital. They have to be part of that system. Now, at the policy level, we have to look at what mobility means. How do we make who pays for the cost of producing that national public good? Who pays for it? How do we provide sufficient economic, social, and even physical mobility to enable the person to bring forth that capital? And that person could be a community, it could be anybody, but it's a fundamental allocation problem. To bring that capital so that the project can be stable, can be, in the life of the investment, it can be credible, it can be stable. Because without that, you don't have stability. If you don't have stability, investors will not bring in money.
I am sorry, thank you. I get you to an extent, but I don't want to go out of the finance, because as you're talking, since I work in the renewable space and I arguably work in one of the most dangerous communities in Nigeria, I work in Ijoland. I know that what the people do is push you forward as the company to deal with many of these risks. I know as well that the people treat you differently if you are hydrocarbon than if you are not hydrocarbon. There are many of these issues. So maybe some of what you're saying might come in, but from our perspective, we're talking about how do we get in money? We're talking about trillions, and we're talking about trillions into energy. So maybe I'll come back to you when we're talking about for questions and different areas there. But on the social capital, it's deviating us, because in socials, we can talk. And in fact, Daniel and myself will probably dominate with good stories. But how do we get it? What type of money? It's actually detailed. It's actually detailed discussions in this area, but there is a lot happening. So if you don't mind, let us have questions because we don't have much time. We will come back, but we will come back and then you can talk about financing. How do we get it? It's a simple, zoned, focused problem. So we'll come back, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. Please let me come back because I will not, Richmond is going to be on me very soon. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. So we would want comments from the people, but I would like to hear, I think Dr. Farouk has some comments to make, and then I'm going to get 1 or 2 questions from the people so that in a few minutes we can have audience participation.
I just want to say that I couldn't agree more with what Felix said about the fact that we need a lot of financial education.
Yeah.
He did say that, and he gave example about bankable projects, how we get funding in the traditional way. While I agree that we need a lot of financial education, I think I'm not sure that the kind of education that you think we need is what I think we need. Because what you're saying, and this is what I hear most people say, whether they are academics or they are journalists or they are industry players, we seem to focus on looking for funds for the oil and gas industry or any industry for that matter, going through the conventional way of getting funds. Creates a lot more attractive environment, less taxes, allow investors to be able to bring in their money and take out all the profits and everything they like, tax holidays. Nobody asks, are these the only ways of raising funds? If, for example, Sukuk can raise funds to do billions of naira roads, why can't Sukuk be used to do a refinery? Why can't Sukuk be used to do pipelines? These are things that are out of the way we have been trained from primary school to the universities to think. We should think out of the box. And until we do that, Africa will not get out of what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And that is why GERD has been mentioned. GERD did not go conventional. Tiny people in Ethiopia paid money. That 5 billion isn't from their billionaires. It's from small Ethiopians. It was treated as a national project, something that must be done. It's outside the box thinking. And honestly, that is what we're talking about. It's getting money not from the same old conventional places where they're going to spend money only on what they want. They're not going to spend on our hydrocarbons, but we still need our hydrocarbons. We can't afford to strand them at all. We've got to have them. They're selling us green hydrogen and different hydrogen when we have so much. So these are things that, we have to think about. So this is really to stimulate us. I have to thank everybody, even as I ask for questions or comments from the floor so that at least we can have some participation before we end our session. So, I thank you all. Please we'll clap again for them, but thank you, everybody. Do we have comments, questions from people?
Prof, if you don't mind, Ma.
Yeah.
Over here, if you don't mind.
Where are you?
I'm on stage.
Yeah.
Can we close your session? Get to the next one. At the end of the next one, take questions for both because we're really losing time. There's a dinner that will start here. We need to reset this hall. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you very much to our great panelists.
President, please come and present the appreciation plaques to them. Let's begin with Professor Moregbe's plaque, please, real quick. Prof, please come to the middle here. Come to the middle. Prof plaque will be followed by Dr. Omar's. Dr. Omar's will be followed by Daniels by Dr. Amio Furi, and then Dr. Gogo. This is for Professor Omoregbe. That first bag for Professor Omoregbe, sir. Because of time, we could just give them the bag, sir. Because of time, we could just give them the bag. It's beyond the plaque. There's so much in the bag besides the plaque. You know, this morning, Professor Bath Naji mentioned how he had wanted himself, I think, and the then Minister of Finance, had wanted to go to Congo and work with the Congolese on their dam project and then run the lines to bring it home to Nigeria. So I was thinking, I mean, Professor Omorebe keeps mentioning the GED, and I was thinking, if Nigeria and Congo and the countries that the lines, the assets we go through, were to come together and say, let us source funds from amongst our people, you know, to develop that particular dam that Prof was talking about. I think he said it was the 100,000 gigawatts, or how many, was it gigawatt megawatts he mentioned? So those of you in the room here, will you be willing to put your money in such investments? I'll be willing. Do like this. Let me see. See. So all this thing they're saying here now about Ethiopia has not inspired you to want to put your money somewhere that will make you start saying up NEPA. My nephew is a year and I think 6 or 7 months old. When power goes off, my nephew says up NEPA. A year plus. Yes, once they're done with the last one. Yes, of course. Please, once you're done with the last presentation, you take a family photo. After the family photo, you take your seat in the audience and we roll over to the next panel. Please, for blessing us with their wisdom and time, give them another round of applause. Thank you. No. Dr. Gogo, hold on. A picture. Please proceed now. Proceed, Daniel. Proceed for the picture. Professor Merigwe, please, the picture. Please go for the picture. Go for the picture. Move, step forward a little bit. Follow our official photographer's guidance. Please take a family photo. Take a family photo. Technical, can you confirm that Dr. Chikezie Nwosu is online? You will tell me he's not a doctor now. Is he online? Give me a thumbs up if you find him there. Technical, I'm not, who is giving me that info? Please give them another round of applause. Please take your seats in the audience. Allow them sit down. Please allow them. You can network with them later. But for now, allow them sit down. Allow them sit down. Thank you very much. Allow them sit down. Let's begin the conversation of the next panel immediately. Without delay, let me begin by welcoming, representing the ace on this panel. You've heard him before. Now he is a panelist, Dr. Olashupo Agbaje. My bon, please, sir. Acting Executive Director, ERSP. You're seated the middle seat over there, sir. Right, the middle seat over there. Thank you very much. Okay, joining him, I'd like to welcome Mr. Joseph Nwakwe, FNSA of Zeta Advisory and Consulting. Please, sir, to his immediate left, to Mr. Agbaje's immediate left. I know, huh? I know I saw Merman ES earlier. It's not here now. All right. Okay. Joining on the panel, let me invite our moderator of past president, former ARD, Emeritus Professor Wumi Ilidari, FNAEE. Yes, over there to Mr. Agbaje's right. Okay, technical. Confirm if I have the Group Chief Executive Officer of HSI Energies on the line. He's there. Okay, I'm not. Ogachike. They gave me one screen that is behind me where you are not, and in front of me where I can't see. They say you are there. Ogachike, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Rickman.
Please say something, sir. Let me be sure I can hear you before fantastic. Lovely to see you, sir. Lovely. All right, I'll pass it on to the moderator now, Professor Ilidari.
Thank you, MC Emeritus,
Thank you. We have 45 minutes. Let me thank you for your patience, and it's a pleasure to really be in Lagos for the first time in 13 years or 10 years. NAEE, we got stuck in Abuja, but the chairman of the local organizing committee, the immediate past president, and the treasurer, and the president decided to try Lagos, and I'm very happy that we're here. Today, we're going to be looking at what is going on currently in the oil and gas sector. I'm not going to bother to introduce my panel. I will ask them to introduce themselves as they give us an overview. I'm glad the third panel. Is there anybody representing the upstream commission here so that we don't leave her out? Anybody in the audience who came on our behalf? Okay. We have only 40 minutes. I'm going to use 5 minutes, permit me to open it up, and then we're just going to have a conversation. We'll do our best to make sure that we can have some action items that we're going to be able to share. The theme for this particular session is from import dependence to domestic capacity, the economics of and the politics of Nigeria's downstream sector. This is the preamble that I want to use to introduce us. Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector stands at a consequential inflection point. For decades, the market architecture was defined by structural import dependency, opaque pricing mechanisms, and persistent fiscal distortions, most notably through fuel subsidies and foreign exchange pressures. Today, that paradigm is being tested. The emergence of significant domestic refining capacity alongside ongoing policy recalibration under the Petroleum Industry Act signals a potential transition toward a more self-sustaining and efficiency-driven downstream ecosystem. Anything that is going to work will be tested. Recently, I got to know that if you want your faith to be wrecked, let your conscience die. The moment your conscience is no more active, your faith will crash land. The moment you don't have policy consistency, the moment you do not have transparency in the way you do things that the market will effectually force you to do the right thing, you are done. And we've seen it happen. Yet, this transition is neither linear nor guaranteed. The shift from import dependence to domestic capacity raises fundamental questions that are both economic and political in nature. We must not deceive ourselves. When the price of an essential commodity goes up in any democracy, no matter how good you are as the leader, you are suspect to lose. Therefore, what we want to do here is to ask a few questions. Are we witnessing a genuine reconfiguration of incentives towards a competitive market outcome, or simply substituting one set of inefficiency with another? Can pricing mechanisms evolve to reflect true market fundamentals while maintaining social and potential, or rather political acceptability? No, the market understands efficiency and effectiveness, but there's equity and there's also ethics. I used to call it PWI equaled: efficiency, effectiveness, ethics, and equity. So the rationale for this panel, therefore, is not merely to celebrate capacity expansion, but to interrogate its implication. Now, if you are expanding capacity for refining and the pricing mechanism is not in tune with the market fundamentals, what are the consequences? Domestic refining in and on itself does not guarantee efficiency, affordability, and energy security. And we could see it in our face. But the good thing right now is that for the first time in the history of Nigeria, we've come to recognize the correlation between crude oil prices and productive price. This is the first time. In the past, the price of crude oil could be going up and the price of petroleum product will remain stable. By the way, there's not been any riot. So in that, PIA is actually working. Because for the first time, we've accepted to live with the market fundamentals. The only thing we are waiting for is when the price of oil will collapse. And it will. What did I say? It will. In your eyes. And we are waiting for what the price of product will be. My friend, this roundtable brings together perspectives from regulators, operators, investors, and somebody who cannot define where it belongs, which is me. The academia is all about what ought to be, not what is. Because it's only when you know what ought to be that you can understand what is. For us in the academia, what ought to be is where we start. Well, let me begin with my friend in Netherlands. Thank you again, my cheerleader, for joining us. I've just narrated what ought to be. Refining capacity is expanded. And a lot of people think that because we have crude oil, petroleum products must be cheap. Ogachike, give me your 2 to 3 minutes preamble. Just realize that we have limited time.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. And I'll try and do this as quickly as I can. So you've covered, some of the things that we expected to happen over the course of time. And I say this starting from when, for example, as CEO of Walter Smith Petroman, we delivered the first 5,000 barrels of oil per day modular refinery in Nigeria. At that time, the focus was just about breaking even because, of course, PMS was subsidized. And when you did the economics or you did the financial model, you would realize that you would be losing money on certain products, the ones that are subsidized. And that the product prices were not, market driven. And we anticipated that the only strategic reasoning for doing that modular refinery was because of the challenges that were happening on the Trans-Niger pipeline. Over the course of almost 6 years from when that modular refinery was commissioned, the Dangote refinery has come in, and we've started to see a change in the landscape with some of the policy positions that the federal government has taken, especially removing the subsidy, which was a scandalous subsidy. Now, what we are seeing now is, to a large extent, a market-driven pricing of petroleum products. And you can see that with this US, Iran, Israel crisis, the price of crude has gone up, and consequently, the price of petroleum products has gone up. And as you very rightly said, we are looking forward to making sure that those market corrections that happen when the price of crude oil goes down will be evident to everybody. And that position that domestic refining has taken in Nigeria and in the region as well is very critical for the long-term sustainability of the midstream and downstream business. So I'll stop there because there are so many other things you can add to that position. But we like the fact that that transition has happened, driven partly by the PIA and the liberalization of the midstream and downstream sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly, the restructuring is ongoing. We must sustain it. Chief Regulator, thank you for respecting your ACE. And what I would like you to look at is this restructuring sustainable under the political system? And what do you think is the role of the regulator to sustain this direction that PIA wants us to go? And what are the limitations? Just give me, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. So first of all, I think it's important we recall that what we have today is actually a recycle to the beginning. This was basically around where we were at the very beginning of the downstream industry in Nigeria. So we had a private refinery that was owned by Shell. And then we had Nigeria depending on products refined locally for our subsistence. We had pipelines that were working. And so we now went the full cycle, kind of. So we moved from that point to the point where local refining capacity broke down, the pipelines went down, we were 100% dependent on imports, and we have now done full cycle and come back to where we were in the beginning, which was the ideal stage, which was where we were actually supposed to be. That was why we started from there in the first place. So yes, it is sustainable. It is sustainable because it has happened, and that has been the trend and the pattern in so many other countries of the world, and ours really shouldn't be an exception. It is sustainable if we are able to ensure that we identify their values in it, sir. And as long as we are able to identify these are the values you need to key into and you need to work on so that you can derive maximum benefits. For instance, values around value retention. So you have your crude oil, you have your raw materials, you are able to refine them, create more value, enhance capacity, develop in-house capacity, and all of that. So yes, it is sustainable. There's a lot of responsibilities for everyone. As I will speak as a regulator, we have a responsibility to ensure that the prices remain as competitive as they should be. And I disagree with those who suggest that you cannot have a competitive pricing in the kind of environment we have today. It's not necessarily so, because that is why you have the regulator. And the PIA is very clear on what the regulator needs to do. The fact that you have only one active PMS refining facility in Nigeria today does not stop the regulator from doing its work in terms of ensuring that PMS prices at any point in time are not exploitative. So the regulation, liberalization is not a substitute for, is not another word for exploitation, no. So there are rules in place, and you were one of those who put, the PI in place. And so there are provisions that as long as the regulator is able to be guided to ensure that it does what it needs to do, I think we can tackle that problem until we get to a point as a country where we now have multiple sourcing. When I say multiple sourcing, in terms of refining capacity, and I think we are on that path. We have quite a number of refining projects that are ongoing. So it's sustainable. It's something that we have seen so much value in, and we've had it mentioned here today. Nigeria is where we are today in terms of supply stability. I'm not talking of pricing now. I'm talking of supply stability, because in so many countries in the world, you have issues around rationing now. But because of the fact that we have local capacity, yes, we have some level of supply stability. Okay, the pricing has been taking all the hits, and those are the areas that we need to rise up to the challenge. It's a global challenge.
Thank you very much. The United States produces the highest production per day in terms of crude oil. The United States has significant amount of refineries, yet the price of petroleum products are going up. So it's normal. Again, there's no debate on it. We have a dominant farm in refining capacity. We're going to talk about that. Now, let me invite Joe, because there has been a debate as to whether the regulator should continue or not to issue licenses. And then within the context of contestable market philosophy towards a competitive market, what's the difference between issuing licenses and importing products? And please give us overview of the current dynamics.
Okay, I think I will start by saying that generally the market is in transition.
Yes.
Okay, we are moving from a price-regulated, state-led downstream to one that is market-led and price deregulated. Now, that means there will be some pain. Old habits die hard, right? So, and I will start from there to say, okay, you talked about contest, and I'll go back because it's important that we get the context. The PIA and the National Petroleum Policy 2017 identified refining. It's not just them, it's actually refining for export.
Yes.
Okay, that's the target. So Nigeria aspires to be a refining hub. What that means is that we'll refine enough for domestic use and for export. And I'm happy that the Dangote refinery came on board. It's a blessing to think about the subsidy is gone comment without domestic refining at some point. That would have been a disaster. So we basically dodged the bullet. Already helped us out. However, the thing to note is that the market, because it's in transition, there's been a lot of hiccups, and the debate around import and tariffs and all that is part of it. My take is that if the public policy objective is the maximization of the welfare of the consumer, the man at the pump, then we must necessarily go back and say what gives him the maximum value. That is the fair pricing. Okay, the consumer must get fair pricing. If the consumer must get fair pricing, the only way to achieve that is not the regulator fixing that price, it is competition. Right? So if it is competition that guarantees fair pricing for me when I go to buy fuel at the pump, then we must have competition in the near term, in the medium term, and in the long term. So how do we achieve it, given that we only have one domestic refinery? That's where we
have a dominant refinery.
Well, right now we only have one PMS refinery in the country. So what that means is that we must then, to have competition in this market, you must allow imports in the near term. So until such a time, you have multiple players, and then you reduce the dominance, the market dominance of players to a level where price competition kicks in, you need to allow imports. And I must say this, one of the reasons I hold that view is that, remember, the policy objective is that you become a refining hub. That means your domestic refineries have to be price competitive. They must export. If you create an enclave economy for them, they will not be able to achieve the efficiency levels that you need for them to export their products. That's one. The other point that I have serially made is that when you close the economy, in quotes, to imports, you lose the ability to respond if anything goes wrong. So supplies stabilization becomes a challenge, right? So if the plant, for instance, is going for turnaround, you're going to be stuck. So the other major advantage is that the domestic refineries need the price signals from imports. Because today, I was just coming in and I checked the Meyman board there. If you go there, you will see the numbers, right? It shows you what the coastal and S-gantry is for Dangote, and it tells you what the landing cost equivalent for import is. That price signal is important. It's something that we need to have at all times. Otherwise, the domestic refineries will not, they will price their product the way they want. So for me, I think it's too early to shut down imports. I think we are still transitioning. We need to allow time for the market, for price discovery to happen and for the market to stabilize.
Yes, I think I agree with you that no participant in the market should dictate to the regulator what the regulator should do or not do. The regulator, though, must always put into consideration the participants in the market. And I agree with you. It's one thing to have import license. It's another thing to import the quantity of petroleum. You can use that import license as a negotiating tool with a domestic refiner that if you don't price right, I'll go to the market. But then, Oga Chike, come to rescue me. Because one thing is efficiency of production, but the petroleum value chain is integrated. What about infrastructure and logistics economics? Because it can refine all that are needed. If the logistic is not there to move it, then there's going to be a challenge with pricing. So Chike is an investor enabler. So please, are midstream and downstream logistics bankable at the current tariff? So now we move away, we have refining capacity, but there must be a tariff to move it from the producer to the end users. Please, can you join us and look at infrastructure and logistics economics within the context of being competitive?
Thank you very much. If you observe, one of the things that Dangote did very early on after he commissioned his refinery was to try to strategically take control of the logistics of delivery of these petroleum products.
Yes.
Because it's a significant exposure in the country. Early experiences with the Walter Smith refinery were that the unions could easily shut you down. NUPENG and its arm, the Petroleum Tanker Drivers Association. And, I think I do recall that about a year into the operations of the refinery were shut down for possibly about 2 months because of union actions that had really nothing to do with the refinery itself. So I think Dangote came in and is trying to address that problem strategically to be able to deliver these products. Now, it comes with certain challenges. If Dangote takes control of the logistics of delivery of petroleum products, then it might not be a competitive landscape for others, the other off-takers. Most modular refineries have off-takers ex-gate, so that means that the off-takers will come and take the products from the refinery gate, and they are therefore responsible for any logistics exposure in delivering the products. So because of that, they are able to compete in a market where there are not that many people that can provide that service, and at a tariff, which is of course transferred to the consumer. So there has to be a balance, between what Dangote is doing at a very large scale and, the ability to have other competitors come in and be able to make a profit from the tariff on the logistics part of the downstream industry. So the regulator has a role to play here as well. So again, I always come to the authority chief executive and his people, and I say to them that please keep your eye on what is going on in such a way that the logistics part, not just the refining part of this business, the logistics part of this business is not driven out by, I think, Prof, you normally call this an oligopoly. Okay. So it's critical that people understand the entire value chain of delivering petroleum products to the consumer. It doesn't stop at refining. That logistics aspect is very critical, and tariffing there has to be controlled in a sense, not to remove competition, yeah, but to make sure that competition is not driven out by monopolistic tendencies. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Yes, the key driver in an oligopoly market structure along the value chain is the regulator. So I'm going to go to the regulator now. And by the way, let me make a quick disclaimer. It is one thing to craft a concept and craft it extremely well. It's another thing to draft the law and draft it in a way that it is implementable. I'm just responding to the regulator who mentioned something about someone being part of. No, the only thing we did was to craft. We did not, we conceptualized it. Some people crafted it. And then the president signed it. And something happened in the implementation process. Here now to the regulator. Am I being defensive? Say no. All right. Look at downstream, midstream regulator. The tendency is to pay a lot of attention to the end user and the refiner in between. So my question is, what is the policy roadmap for pipelines, depots, and multimodal transport? If we are going to be able to make sure that we balance what Joe is saying, maximization of those using petroleum product and maximization of value for those who invested in it. It's a big task.
Yes, sir. It is, and just looking at the presentation that I was prepared for this session, just to go to one or 2 points in that presentation, it talks about the supply ecosystem. So here we refer to domestic refining, which does not exist in a vacuum on its own. So you need a very healthy midstream bridge.
Yes.
And so that midstream bridge requires that you have functional pipelines, competitive distribution networks, well-capitalized markets, amongst others. And also the infrastructure gap, which is very, very key, goes back to the midstream again in terms of pipelines, storage depots, processing facilities, and all related facilities that will enable business in this segment. So it is all of these that create that climate. So we're very much aware. And that's why you see a lot of our efforts are geared towards not just, it doesn't end at refining, set a price, who is importing, who is not importing, the infrastructure that will actually take it down and facilitate development, which the downstream is all about. Development at the end of the day. So we focus on that, and we have so many mechanisms to ensure that we improve in terms of facilities, in terms of their integrity, and then in terms of attracting investment for facilities. So for instance, the MDGIF, which is a part of the authority, is also focused on ensuring that we're able to de-risk some of these high-risk projects like pipelines, gas processing facilities, and all of that. And then we do carry out various PI provisions like economic viability and all of that to ensure that ideas that come into this midstream and downstream space are conceptualized in such a way that they see the end of day. They move from conception to commissioning. So all of these are
yes, we pay attention to that. And then just to say a little bit about the subject matter we talked about, imports or no imports, it's also good to clear that the work of the regulator actually is to strike a balance. So the regulator is not going to come out and say, oh, no, we don't, it is not, it is this or that. No, no, no. So our position is that we are in the market, in that space, to ensure that we find the right balance, and where we as authority feel that we need to import, we need to issue licenses or permits for imports. Nothing stops us from doing it.
Right.
But it is based by well-informed systemic decision processing. And so that is how we.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, I'm going to come back to you. Let's learn from the power sector, even as we look at the relationship between the capacity that we're expanding in terms of refining and getting it to the end user. You and I were on the same page always. Most often, we agree as to where we go. How we get there has been the challenge between you and myself. And luckily now I'm in charge, so I'm going to put you on the spot. Look at the transmission sector of Nigeria. Dominated by one company, and it is government. Can we learn from that? Should logistics infrastructure be treated as a regulated utility or a competitive segment?
That's a very good one, Prof. So let's pull back again. Logistics infrastructure are varied.
Yes.
So they should all be regulated for obvious reasons, but not price regulated. So except for monopoly infrastructure that needs to be price regulated, and that's where the authority will come in and set tariff methodology and all that. But for the other, whether it's trucking, whether it's tank farms, those should be regulated for safety and all of the other, but not price rate. They are commercial entities. There should be competition. Again, that is what maximizes consumer surplus, right? So my view is, let's go back. So if this, except for monopoly infrastructure, I expect to see competition across that logistic chain. And that is when I will get the best price for the product at home.
Thank you. Where's Richmond? How many more minutes do I have? All right. 10. All right. TK, you are a financial guru, because I've seen you done a lot of things that people really thought. And nobody believed that Walter Smith will be able to have a reference. Now you put a modality there to expand it. Please, let's give your opinion. Has subsidy removal improved operational efficiency and investment planning in Nigeria? I don't know if you could hear me.
The simple answer is yes.
Good. What about the complex answer?
Like I said in the beginning, the subsidy was scandalous. Yeah. And it was taken advantage of by scrupulous marketers. Not all marketers are scrupulous, but scrupulous marketers, to the detriment of domestic refiners. Now, with the subsidy being removed and pricing being cost-reflective and market-driven, the margins are better. Yeah, so I've seen an improvement in the margins. And although people say it's about PMS, please note that even the smaller refineries, the modular refineries, deliver naphtha. Yeah, and that naphtha's pricing was somewhat controlled by the subsidy on PMS. So with the removal of that subsidy, the margins are better with almost all the products. It's more cost-effective, basically, to invest in these refineries A lot of the pricing is getting more and more market driven, like we can see, because a significant part of the cost of sales is the cost of crude. And I'll come to that later on, because if the government wants to do something about delivering lower prices to the consumers, then it's not about subsidy. It's about making sure that the domestic refiners get crude and get crude in Naira, because a significant part of the costs are, basically paying back the dollar-denominated loans that were taken for the facilities. So we'll come back to that. But with the removal of, the subsidy, things are much better. And you can see that operational efficiency has improved dramatically. I remember that when the subsidy was in place, and I say this not as a means of exposing anything, but this was the practice. You wouldn't sell the naphtha. You would probably want to reinject the naphtha into the crude stream, and that was an operationally inefficient way to run a refinery. Yeah, but now that is no longer happening, and you can see that uptimes, operational efficiency have gone from as low as 60% to well over 90% for a lot of these modular refineries. So that's the more complex answer, but like I said, simply, yes, the subsidy has helped a lot.
Okay, then I'm going to come back to you as I go around my final journey on this panel. What mechanisms can cushion consumers without reintroducing distortions? Listen, we must not deceive ourselves. There are pain as a result of this shock to the crude oil market. If we are going to do something for the consumers so that they don't take law into their own hands and send us backward again like they have done many years, many times, many years. I remember 2012. I remember 2007. I can tell you back and back. What can we do to educate the public that things will get better, but at the same time, cushion some of this glaring pain they are going through as a result of the inevitability of the price of petroleum products going up anytime the price of crude oil goes up? What can we do? I'm back to you, Chike. In 2 minutes, what can we do?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I'll go short, medium, and long term. The short-term solution is to ensure that crude is supplied in Naira to the refiners. Yeah, because like I said, that cost of sales is a significant, burden. Yeah, on these refiners. A lot of this equipment is not manufactured in country, and it's paid for in dollars. And if you have to then, during your operational phase, be paying for crude in dollars, that's a big burden. So that's number one. That's short term. Medium term to long term is, what we discussed apart in terms of logistics infrastructure. Trucking is not the way to distribute these petroleum products. There has to be a significant infrastructure investment, whether through midstream, downstream infrastructure funding, to put back the network of pipelines for petroleum products to be distributed across the country to, tank farms will be where you store them if you want to distribute to remote areas, but these things can be piped. I think there was a role PPMC had at that time, and that has to be reintroduced. Now, how long that will take to do is why I say it's medium to long term, but it's critical that that is done. Last but not the least, and this is one of the things that Walter Smith was strategically interested in, is manufacturing some of these heavy equipment required in the refineries locally. Okay, and that's why I continue to encourage that these refineries are anchor tenants into a major industrial park, which will bring in manufacturers that can make this crude distillation unit, these preheater systems, the valves, all the equipment. Because if those things are manufactured locally, you can see the impact of the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board and the strategy to reduce prices. Those things are manufactured locally. First of all, it will create, of course, massive employment opportunities, but it will significantly bring down the cost, the capital cost of putting the refineries in place, and therefore, have an impact on the final pricing of petroleum products. So that's short, medium to long, and long term. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Yes. And that will take me to the final round. I call it political economy and reform sustainability. I'm not going to deceive you. No. Because downstream reform is as much political as it is economics. Economics is the study of how choices are made to maximize defined objectives, putting into consideration all the constraints. And one of the constraints is election cycle. My friend, regulator, how do you insulate policy from vested interest? How do you insulate policy from vested interest?
Okay, Prof, that's a very, very unfair question, but it's okay.
And when I say you,
okay,
I
yeah.
don't mean Agbaje, but I mean regulators.
Yes, sir. So,
how do they?
First of all, it's important that a regulator must be
apolitical.
Apolitical, and not just apolitical, must be highly professional in what it does at any point in time, and it must be backed by full-scale competency. So, first of all, that is a given. That must be a basic that should exist. Secondly, any regulator that is actually worth its salt should have a long-term vision at any point in time of where it is headed, what its direction is. And I think that's one thing you can say clearly about the authority presently. Clear vision with clearly set goals. And more of this will be coming out in the days ahead with our Project Nexus. So clearly, we have a direction, we have a focus, and it is clear where you belong. For instance, we talked about imports. So today, if you want to come to NMDPRA to apply for import license for a particular product, for instance, the facts are clear before you. You yourself can see if this is what the author will likely issue or not, because we have put all of the things out there in the public domain. So when you have all of that, then you have a kind of credibility. So it is that credibility that insulates you at the time you need to take very serious decisions that can have political interpretation. So as much as possible, we know that, especially when it comes to that downstream and pricing, there are sensitivities all over the place, and you cannot rule it out. But the regulator must not take the place of the politician as much as possible. Decisions must be taken purely based on facts as it presents itself and policy as outlined.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to go for the last round. So you'll be the last person to speak. I'm going to go back again, but this is the question in this round for you, Joe. Are we all right? Or you're on your WhatsApp with your friends? Joe, you were one of those involved in writing the petroleum policy document of 2017, from where the Petroleum Industry Governance Bill came and went, but then the PIB 2020 derived quite a lot from that petroleum policy document, and of course the PIA. Looking at what you have known in your days in the Ministry of Petroleum Resources as a policy advisor, what governance reforms are critical to sustain credibility and investment trust? Because it's about policy credibility, regulatory sustainability, and consumer responsibility.
Okay, I will start from, so the framework is there. The PIA provides a fairly decent regulatory framework. Okay, So the regulatory entities are in place. They are new relatively. And like we say, like my Oga here did highlight, capacity is key. So for them to have the confidence and trust of both the investor and market players, they must exhibit a very high level of professionalism and capacity. They've done well relatively if you think about how long they've been in place in building capacity, but there's still a lot of work to be done. The interferences, I think we all struggled with how we might shield them from political interference. And we see today that those efforts might not have been sufficient. I remember we debated extensively on tenure protection and all of those issues, right? My sense today is that looking back 4 years, I don't think we did a great job of protecting them from those interferences. However, I believe that the legislative framework is not cast in stone. So we should learn from what's working now, and hopefully in not too distant time, amendments will be made to the legislation to give them more independence, because at the heart of all of this is regulatory independence. If we can't give the regulators independence, the investment community will not take us serious. So I think that it's a combination of capacity building and then the system being put at a pedestal where the regulators feel very safe and can take independent professional decisions. I think that is very, very key. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Listen, I wouldn't say the PIA didn't anticipate. I think the problem that we see with respect to the downstream sector, and if I don't say, people probably will say, Prof, you chicken out. We do not at the moment, if I'm going to respond to what, we don't have a driver on the seat that will have implemented the PIA to insulate the professionals from politics. First, the board of directors of the authority was created as a buffer between professionals and political appointees. But that board did not sit. Second, in the implementation process of the PIA, if I were an advisor to President Buhari, the day the PIA became the law, I will have stepped aside and have a driver on the seat. We didn't. So some of the problem that we have today has to do with those parts of the PIA that were not implemented. I have about 5 minutes. No partiality in April, because I expected to have seen him on the podium. So I have 5 minutes. Chike, is there already?
Is there already?
Oh, my glasses is blood. All right. Let me have 1 minute for my people, because I have a closing question for them. Across all perspectives, what is the most single critical action? Just give me one, each of you. Policy, investment, or institutional that must occur within the next 24 months to ensure Nigeria's downstream transition delivers efficiency, equity, and energy security. 1 minute. I'm going to read it again. Across all perspectives, what is the single most critical action? Policy, investment, or institutional that must occur within the next 24 months to ensure Nigeria's petroleum downstream transition delivers efficiency, equity, and energy security? GK, 1 minute, please. Just one.
Thank you very much, Prof. I will lay this out in the regulatory space. There's been quite a lot that is happening with the midstream and downstream regulatory authority. And you did mention that they should have a board inaugurated and in place that protects the technocrats, and there are many of them, very, very good people. I've had the pleasure of working through the approval processes with them, and they are business enablers. I can say this over and over again. But they need to be protected from any kind of political, how do I put it, intrusions into their processes. Once the regulator has the confidence that they are independent of those political influences, I think with the technocrats that I know that are there, they will push this Nigeria midstream and downstream, where investments and business to, I think the sky is their limit. So if you ask me what should be done within the next 24 hours, 24
months, 24 months,
hours,
yes.
24 months, it's to find a structure that establishes that independence of the regulator and empowers the regulator to follow through on the execution of the PIA. It's that simple. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Ogami.
Okay, so I will just say straight away. So these last few months, I've showed out what the power of CNG, EV electric vehicles, and CNG gas-powered vehicles, the potential it has to absorb a lot of shock. We don't know when all of these kind of things will come up again, but we are sure that it will always come up, from time to time in the world we are in today. So over the next 6 to 9 months to 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, we should see massive deepened investments and penetration for CNG vehicles, gas vehicles, electric vehicles, so that at any point in time, we're able to absorb some shocks that come from direct fossil. Yes. That would be what I want to see.
Joe, the next 24 months, one critical thing that you want to happen.
I would say policy clarity. There's just too much uncertainty in this space. And it has to do with poor implementation of the PIA. It's been implemented haphazardly. I would like to see that cleaned up. The investment committee, if you look at the way the PIA is designed, right? We've practically thrown out everything. We've given, in terms of the fiscal competitiveness, right? The provisions are there. There's enough incentive, fiscal incentive for investors to come. The only bottleneck is the way the policy and regulatory institutions have been handled. For instance, on the policy side, I don't know who is driving policy in this sector. Is it the Minister of State? Is it the President? Or is it the special advisor? So these are important elements. People need to see clearly. There has to be certainty in that space that this is where we are going, and there will be no reversals. So that's very key.
Thank you very much. Let's just applaud them to appreciate what they've done. And Richmond, thank you. If there's anything I want to see in the next 24 months, personally, I want to drive on the seat for the oil and gas sector. The problem of Nigeria, oil and gas sector, is not geology, it is governance. And it needs a driver on the seat. That driver is someone that the National Assembly can call to order if misbehaved. We don't have anyone at this moment. Just my opinion. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. President, if you can please step forward and present the plaques to them. Thank you, thank you. Can we have the plaque?
Thank you, Chike.
Can I have the plaque?
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, Chike, if you can put me on a first-class ticket to Netherlands, I can bring your plaque to you this night and come back tomorrow morning for the session.
Richmond, you know how to reach me.
Please, let's give them a round of applause one more time. Thank you, thank you. So for those who want to go to Dangote Refinery, an email has been sent to you. The email you registered with, just click on that email and say, yes, I'm going, no, I'm not going. Or better still, I think you are going to get the QR code in that same email, scan and carry on. 7:30 here in this hall
is the time for the dinner. Therefore, once we're done with their family photo, I will appeal to each and every one of you in the room, kindly, do not take picture in this room. Do not network in this room. Take the networking, the foyer of this hall, take it downstairs, take it outside, but not inside this room, because the rate at which tables and chairs will be rolling and falling on top of each other will be a major safety concern for you and I to remain in this hall. So once we're done with the family photo, kindly, very kindly, exit the hall for the vendors to set up for dinner that starts at 7:30. See you at 7:30. Check your registered email address with this event. An email has been sent to you for those going to Dangote Refinery on Wednesday. Just go there and click on yes or no. You're going, yes, you're not, no. And remember, it's 9 a.m. The buses will take off from here, so you need to be here before 9 on Wednesday. But tomorrow, bright and early, we'll start again with the concurrent sessions. And then after the concurrent sessions, we will jump into the plenary for tomorrow. Please be early for your concurrent session tomorrow so that we can have a good start with that. It starts at 9. And then tomorrow at 11, the plenary will take center stage. See you all later this evening. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Family photo, are they taking it? Yes, they are. Fantastic. Everyone, please, you may now leave the hall. Go downstairs. Go to the foyer of this hall. Go to the first floor. Go to the ground floor, but not in this room. The concurrent session starts at 8 a.m., please. Concurrent session starts at 8 a.m., not 9. Same venues. Concurrent session starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow. 8 a.m. tomorrow, please. Not 9, please. 8 a.m. Please leave the hall now. This music is going to go very loud shortly, like really ear-deafening loud. In the next 60 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Make able to take your pictures outside of here. 6. Every picture outside of here. 7, 8. Where are the vendors? 10, 11, 12. Where are the vendors to set up? The hall is yours. 16, 17, 18. Take care of your personal belongings. Take care of your personal belongings. 20, 21. We gotta stay in touch. 22. Please leave the hall now. 23. Please leave the hall. 25. You can go downstairs. You can go to the foyer of this hall. We gotta stay. And please leave the hall. Now, 30. 31, 32. Please exit the hall, please. The tables are in already. The tables are in already. Please exit the hall. The music is going louder in 5, 4, 3, 2.
My life where I never sleep. I carry God, so I fear nothing. They be increasing the commands. Command. Original no be keep. You know be clear for your memory. But then now winter or summer. I take your stuff for now. Even light, stay my fire, burning bright. In the like it. Everything inside me, my daily must be friendly. I'm allergic to some, I'm not ready for confusion. I'm letting me make a show love. Stop sleeping. Big girl, so like book. Animals, they in human form.
2, 1, 2.
But you must hustle if you want job. If no finish them, on fight course. If them they run them, no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You know get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come on mind, on mind, money. You dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, yeah, what you want? Put it down, I see. What they think if my dad ain't no. But you did all square when it be more. I'm gonna make my dark, you did all. You can't want to be touched. Yeah, you did all square when it be more. We let everybody is wrong. It's all about it because.
Snapchat to me. Start running like London Bridge. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV. That one don't mean nothing to me. Don't need a shower, oh baby, I need a free. Lick it like ice cream, as if you're being to be disgusting. It's not, Drop my banana, one side I laugh at no stopping. Go shopping, fuck that. So I tell you, I go. Come back on. Let me start to the parameter. Start to the halagon. But you know some my people they can laugh on. Oh, good on the power. As I hate it on us, look in the game. I'll be my friend. Angelina, my temperature. So my amigo forever, my back no feeble, my Angelina, my Angelina. You by the club, at the television, your body. So you know, no set to you carry, particularly somebody. You know, I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, so baby, why not down me? Yeah. I know you shy, but it's cool. We're making love. On the loop, on the loop, on the loop, on the loop, on the loop.
Well, here's the DJ that's got the jams on.
How you feeling? Set face, I know. Yeah. What didn't I do for you? And I know, and I know, and I know. People, I know it. Yeah. It's pretty sweet, baby, between me, love at the morning, na na na. Love at the night time, na na na. I don't be nobody, I don't be nobody. If you give me body, I won't tell nobody. Golly, girl, she West Coast. Now she want me blue skirt, so me blue skirt. I like her she wears school. You see it's obvious, sensational. What didn't I do for you, girl?
Trap Star season, it's your boy Trap D, and I'm chilling with DJ KB. Yeah, we that deal sign and seal. Let go.
Oh, wow, that's it. Yeah, it's pretty sweet, baby, bit off this one, she's fine, oh yeah. She want this, and she got this, no big control them, yeah. She dancing, she want it, she make me want give her body, back shots, body, give her body, back shots, body, give her body, back shots, body, oh. She the way I jump for NYC, yeah. Big girl, she carry the best I've seen. Steady be ready, me assassin. Sweet in my belly, you're like a guy, something jelly. I plant a body, so train when I say, now she watching me like telly. Sensational. Waiting I do for you. I know. Yeah, you made a go so oh wow, that's a little, yeah. It's pretty sweet, baby, it's all and I really need
Competition for my lady. Oh, no. You got everything I need in a woman and my lady. If you see my lady, oh, it's not even wrong. You go don't say people fine. You go don't say God design in a LLA. Can I show? You like my dress? Can I be so? You like my dress? I said, oh, body, we gon' let's do. Oh, my baby. Can I show? Can I be so? Can I be so?
I quit Johnson, look at you, so I'm watch out, bro. Watch out, bro.
Competition for my
Down. Well, here's the DJ that's got the jams on lock.
Trap Star season, it's your boy Traps D, and I'm chilling with the DJ KB. Yeah, we that deal sign and seal. Let go.
Yeah. Your boy DJ. Moving loud on a yacht, 20 feet, everything that my motherfuckers say. And I'm living at the top, with no ice in my drink, got it up, my watch. And these girls don't bow, shots gotta burn up, so we can't burn down. We got these kids served like shit is all. They got down, it's still there. Getting paid, turned up, ain't no way. After that, show me something at the heaven gate.
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Ah, everybody do. Boom, my son, I said, you don't know how to spread gumbo. Boom, my son, I said, you don't know how to spread
Èmi la bá wọn sọ́jà pé tàbí pé wà ní zombi o. Kọ́bí ṣẹ̀rírí Mr. DJ Kudawe T5 on repeat. People do need to start. I want you now. Alẹ́ pàṣẹ àtàbọ̀jẹ́ tó ní ní ọ̀fẹ́ nílẹ̀ jaburata.